Hey everyone, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna give everybody time to get into this room. Actually, nah, I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. So, as everyone knows, mass deportation has begun. Now, people are now getting deported back to the country that they came from. They will not be allowed to come back into the United States. And I can guarantee you, most of these people that are being deported voted for Donald Trump. So as these as the deportation is happening, there will be a group of black people that came from Africa and Haiti. They're going to lose their citizenships as well and be deported back. It doesn't matter their how long their generations have been here. They're going to go back to the country that they originated from. And I kind of feel bad for them because people do come here to get solitude in this country. However, I do not tolerate people that disrespect Black Americans on a daily basis. But there could be some hiccups in these mass deportation because even though Black Americans are indigenous to this country, people can mistaken us as being Haitian and will try to uh, deport us to a country that we never been in, never was born in. They because you guys have to know this is based on racism. This is based on racism. People don't care whether or not you were born here, you lived here since you were slaves, or since our ancestors were slaves. They just don't care. Like if you look like them, they're going to deport you. It doesn't matter if you have citizenship. It doesn't matter if you've been in this country for generations. It doesn't care if you have your citizenship because a lot of immigrants that been here has citizenship and they're still being deported. So as Black Americans, it doesn't matter what our records say, they will try to deport us because they will mistaken us as being Haitian, which are being African, which I don't get because we don't look nothing like them. They just go by skin tone basically, and they they are just going to try to deport us because they it's like they said like one dude said they want America to be white again, white, okay, fully white. They don't want nobody of color or black person in this space. So we all don't want to get mistaken by a foreigner. We don't. However, it could be possible because they're talking about mass deportation. And as Black Americans, we're going to get caught up in that, unfortunately, because people are going to mistake us as being from some foreign land. And I don't know how you could mistake in that, knowing that the history of this country. And speaking of the history of this country, they're going to try to erase slavery in this country. You know that they're going to act like slavery never existed in this country when we all know damn well slavery happened in this country. But they're going to try to erase that and make it seem like this country has always been there hasn't been slavery in this country. I I don't know. I don't know. Like we'll just see in due process what happens with this mass deportation because they want this they when they say make America great again, they mean make America white again. White. That does not include us. We have nothing to do with that. And they just don't want us to be in this country. They don't want diversity. They don't want us to be included in this American dream. I don't know why they call this an American dream where black people has been subjugated in this country for centuries. But if you want to call that the American dream, then you go right on ahead. But I they just want to make this country right again. And for the people that voted for him, you're gonna get exactly what is coming to you. Because they already sent out text messages to black Americans saying that, they're gonna be slaves and there's gonna be a brown van come to pick you up. Now, I never got in that message. I want to be honest with you, I never got in that message. But some black Americans, most black Americans did, and that could be very frightening to get that text message. But we gotta be prepared for what is going to happen next, because right now, America doesn't care. Like, watch out for your neighbors. Hello, gaming. How are you? They just don't like. We have to realize that we could be caught up in this whole deportation process, and people can't differentiate for some reason the differences between Black Americans, Africans, and Haitians, Caribbeans. Like, we all look the same to them. And when we all look the same to them, it really doesn't matter. They will try to get us out of this country. They will try to. And that's a very huge problem. And that's a mistake that a lot of Americans make. Like, if you guys have not seen the polls who voted for Trump, like, it was 60 something. I think it was 60% of Latino men voted for Trump, and 53% of Latino women voted. 63% of white women voted for Trump. And I think white men were in the 70s. Black men 21, and black women 7%. So for those in those percentage that voted for Trump, brace yourself, because this is going to become a dark 4 years being in this country. It's going to be a very 4 dark years, and it's not going to it's not going to benefit us at all, because they want to get rid of diversity. They want to get rid of they want to replace people of color and black people and shut down these DEI governments, and they're going to replace them with MAGA loyalists, if that's what you want to call it, MAGA loyalists. And for what I have heard from, because I was watching this uh, I was listening to Congress. I was listening to the House, and what is happening is they want to dismantle DEI. So when they want to dismantle DEI, that will take a lot of opportunities away from people of color, especially Black people, because they don't want to see us in position of power. They don't want to see a face in there like Jasmine Crockett in the Senate seat. They want uh, Democrats in there that are cowards. They want them in that seat so they won't speak up, they won't say anything. And those Democrats are part of the problem. They should be ashamed of themselves. And it's just so sad that we have to have Black people, standing up. Which is good because we've been through this country for decades and we've been segregated. We've been oppressed in this country. But when you don't have the other Democrats, backing you up, that can be very hard. Not even Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump should be this includes Donald Trump because his parents were immigrated here in the early 1900s. So wouldn't that make him eligible to be deported too? Like, let's be real about it. We got to be real about it because if everybody else got to go, doesn't that make him that he got to go too? As for the talking, let me see. Let me just read this. As far as the topic of the video, I am African American and will say that nothing will get rid of African Americans. Nothing. They will try. They will try. Because they want to make America fully white. That's their whole goal is to make America fully white. They don't want interracial dating. They don't want whites to mix. And this is why they got rid of Roe versus Wade because white women are not having white babies. That's why they want to get rid of. That's why they got rid of Roe versus Wade. I would say in some cases they will fail, but I'm just saying let's just see because they they were mistaken African Americans for other groups of blacks because these other groups are saying that they're black as well and try to blend in with us when we've been in this country for generations. We're basically indigenous to this country. Before there wasn't even European settlement here in this country. But let's just see because I'll be waiting on that. I'm just going to see what happened. And not only that, MAGA is already attacking Black Americans. They're already attacking Black Americans, calling them the N word, beating them up on the streets. But Black people, we're fighting back. Which I'm happy about because we should not allow that to happen in this country that we live in. I'm glad that we're fighting back, but we have to be careful about blending in with other cultures and blending in, trying to, group them in with us. Like, we have to be careful with that because now that Trump is going to be back in office January 6th, and we got to distance ourselves from these other groups. I'm sorry. They're not our brothers and sisters. We have no relations to them whatsoever. And we have to do whatever we can to, prove to ourselves that we were here for a very long time. before Europeans even settled here. So yeah, but like I said, we'll just see, and we'll see what what when President Trump is in office. I'm glad that the next 4 years are Trump's last years in office. No more MAGA. I heard that Trump is trying to get rid of voting, and he wants to stay in office as long as he can because he wants to get rid of that. But I highly doubt that that's gonna do anything to help uh, to reach his goal. I believe that he's not gonna get everything that he is trying to do with his project 2025. I don't think he's going to get everything um that he hoped for to get that implemented in the policies because they go against the constitution. Because I think that they're trying the Democrats, even though they are a smaller um they're a minority in the House now. They're trying to um, stop the MAGA from. They're trying to stop MAGA from dismantling the DEI program, which protect us from discrimination uh, and harassment in the workplace, getting fired, and you know not being able to look for jobs. So let's just see, because we're not getting a raise. Nobody in this country is getting a raise in this country because of the tariffs. It's already happening. Everything is already happening. Okay? So basically, there's no raises for nobody. When you work for companies, even with small businesses, it's not going to be any raises because of the tariffs. And Donald Trump lied saying that he's going to make the other countries pay for that tariffs when that is not true. And you already see it happening. So people are already regretting their votes for him, but it's too late. You guys put him in office, and this is what happens. And I don't know if they're trying to lump Black Americans with Africans and Caribbeans and Haitians, because Haitians are part of the Caribbeans, I believe. Um, um, they're going to try to lump us with them. They're going to try to, because they came in this country without documents either. So most of them are illegal here, and now they're gonna be mass deported. And is what's that gonna be for African Americans if we're in the way? What is gonna mean for us? Because to them they can't tell the difference, even though they know that Black Americans been in this um in this country for centuries. It wouldn't matter to them. They don't care. All I know is try to protect yourself from these these MAGA people, because they will falsely report you saying that, oh, this person came from such and such. They wasn't born in this country. They didn't come from this country. Yada 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 yada. Well, just be careful. because stuff like this could happen to us just because we don't look uh like we're American. Oh gosh, man. Oh gosh. But I'm not worried about it too much. But the fact of the matter is that I believe most Black Americans are going to be mistaken for Africans and Caribbeans and all that stuff. They're trying to blend us all in one category because, like I said, they don't care. So yeah. So let me see. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna post a vid. I'm gonna show you guys a video. Just give me 1 second. I'm on my phone right now, and I can't do all that sharing on my phone, so I have to go on my computer and log into StreamYard and then post my videos there. Give me 1 second. Okay, you guys, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can do this. But all I'm saying is that America has records. They know who to deport and who to deport. But due to racism in this country, because racism is never gonna go away, they want to deport anybody that they could.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. All right. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Wait.
Okay, so just to give you guys a side note, if you have a favorite rapper who was not from this country, let's say Nicki Minaj, right? They may, who knows? They may be deported, they may not. So let's just, I don't know. So let's just hear about the deportation plan and what's going on with that.
When someone comes into my office on
Mm.
behalf of a family member who's been detained by immigration, one of the biggest problems is that they don't know that person's immigration history and they don't have access to that person's immigration documents. So you should go ahead and share all of your important documents, your birth certificate, any applications that you have submitted to USCIS, your I-94 record, your passport bio page to a safe person. You also want to scan and email all your important documents to yourself. In the event that you get deported, you want to be able to have copies of all of your documents. Share your location on your phone with at least 2 other people. We do have a way to look people up when they get detained, but oftentimes our resource that is online is somewhat unreliable because people get moved in different locations and ICE doesn't immediately update where they are. So you want to share your locations with a couple of friends. I don't know what else to say.
Hey everybody, it's me, Mamba Dad, coming to you from the first Black Republic. You know, the media, they don't want to put respect on our name and say, when they say Haiti, they always say the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. Y'all need to say Haiti, the first Black Republic, okay? That's our tagline right there. Not the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. Haiti, the first Black Republic. They don't want to say that because they still feel that whipping that was put on them. You see how Israel bombing Gaza and it's flat and everybody's, you know, they ain't even got no reason to be going off like that. I mean, they do have reason, but not to that level. It's out of proportion. But what they did to Africans on this land, they deserved every ass whooping they got. Deserved it. And the world knows it. But yet they want to throw sanctions on Haiti.
Help me! Do I think we are going to have the largest mass deportation event in US history? No. No, I do not. I think we have to take Trump seriously and also remember that he is full of shit. I think that there will be significant deportations, but I don't think that Trump will care whether or not it reaches the 10 million or whatever in numbers that he said it would. He will enforce enough of these deportations to make a big splash the first few months that he is in office. He will make sure that it gets a lot of media coverage and he will scare a lot of people. And then he will slowly abandon it when he realizes how expensive it is and how logistically difficult it is to carry off what he said he would do. His followers will not care whether he actually enacted the largest mass deportation effort in US history. They won't care any more than they cared that he did not build a massive wall along the southern border and make Mexico pay for it. All that will matter in the end is that he talked a big game, he thumped his chest, and he scared a lot of undocumented immigrants and shook some folks on the left. Most of his acolytes will forget he ever said it, and the press will be on to covering the next round of chaos that he is enacting. So I'm guessing this will be one of those times that maybe some of us are glad that he's full of shit.
Who tell you that? Who tell you that?
Huh?
Who tell you that?
Because people went to...
Who tell you that? Which people?
I'm not MAGA, don't scroll. Thomas Homan, our new border czar, was recently asked about legal immigrants here in the country and whether or not they had to worry about being deported. And his answer was, no, of course not. That's ridiculous. Don't worry about it. I might be paraphrasing, but then he was asked about illegal immigrants who come here and have children. Those children are born here in the United States. They are United States citizens, according to the Constitution, which you guys claim to love so much. So when he was asked about separating families in that specific scenario, his answer was that everyone can be deported together. So then he's saying that a United States citizen born here on our soil is going to be deported because his parents are here illegally. Deporting United States citizens now. Yeah. What do you think?
Knowing that Trump won the election.
Okay, guys. But yeah, if it's happening to Hispanics that been in this country for like, let's say 40 years or more, it could happen to us too, because they will mistaken us as somebody from a different country, because let's be honest, they're not looking to see if we are been citizens for generations. They're looking for people to deport that do not belong in this landmass, and many blacks are going to be caught up in this mass deportation because they're trying to get rid of the Haitians in this country and the Africans in this country. So be mindful not uh to get caught up in this whole deportation. Okay, so just make sure, like the lady said, just make sure you have your documents, because it could happen. Somebody could mistake you as being an immigrant from another country. Just make sure you have all your documents, that you so make sure you have all your documents, and that you can prove that you've been in this country for centuries, and make sure you have all your records together. Okay, so this is the end of the live. Well, not really, because I want to show you guys the DEI dismantle thing that was being taking place uh in Washington DC, because the mega people are trying so hard to get rid of DEI. Um and if y'all don't know what DEI is, it means diversity, equality, and inclusion. So they're trying their best to get rid of this whole uh, DEI thing that is um, uh, because they feel like it's a plague to the American society and it's a problem. But to me, the DEI is there to stop people from discrimination based on race, religion, uh, a person's status, or whatever it could be. Okay, that's why the DEI there is for, because I'm gonna be honest with you. My dad is from the military, right? He served in the Vietnam War. So basically, they're trying to stop. They're trying to cut like certain benefits from the military, and to me, that's a very huge problem. So let me go ahead and show you guys this video.
At this legislation, which I don't believe we've had a hearing on. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's been a hearing on it. Here's my second major problem with it. It not only says we're going to dismantle any effort that's taking place in every agency and department consistent with American law and American values. But then it says anybody who was working in one of those offices suddenly becomes ineligible to be rehired or reassigned anywhere else in the federal government. And I've never seen something like that. I mean, but we can have the policy debate about whether or not it's good to have an HR effort that opens the doors to everybody and consciously tries to do that. But if you decide that you want to do a U-turn on what the Biden-Harris administration has done, I just don't see how you can turn it into a permanent scarlet letter for people who were assigned to those offices or who went to work in those offices to never get a job again in the federal government. I mean, that's remarkable. That comes very close to being a bill of attainder in the Constitution. I know a bill of attainder applies only to affixing a criminal stigma or penalty to someone. This affixes a professional stigma or penalty, a real scarlet letter to somebody who's just been doing their job. They might have been doing a great job at it, but suddenly we're declaring them a pariah, someone who is in exile from the federal workforce that they may have given 5, 10, 15, 18, 20 years to. That just makes no sense. And I would love to have somebody explain the logic of doing that. Imagine a veteran, say, who's a doctor. I know someone who's a doctor who then in the VA, who then goes to work in a diversity office to make sure that the VA is hiring diverse members from the field of veterans in the country. Well, now we're saying we're going to close down your office. We're going to shut down your operation. We're going to send the message that all efforts towards diversity and inclusion stop. And then we're going to say you can't go back to be a doctor at the VA hospital, or you can't get a job even in another agency or department. You can't go work at HHS. And that to me reflects the sloppiness and the recklessness of this legislation, which is an attempt to take an absolute sledgehammer to efforts across the entire federal government to promote what I think is an essential American value, which is making sure that the federal government itself be open to people from every walk of life and every American community. And with that, I will yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
I ask unanimous consent to enter the following letter of support for the bill, letter from Heritage Action in support of the Cloud bill. I now recognize the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Diversity, equity, inclusion are three words that don't necessarily mean what we think they mean. And in spite of the altruistic motives of some of the purveyors of it, diversity, equity, inclusion, as it's been initiated in our federal government as an ideology, seeks to categorize individuals based on their immutable characteristics. It is a rejection of the principles that people should be judged on the content of their character and their individual achievement rather than their sex, race, national origin, or ethnicity. DEI is a huge step backwards for our country. It has taken generations, not to mention a civil war, a civil rights movement, to move past a stain on our nation's history. But we have made tremendous progress. But to codify discrimination in an effort to remove discrimination is a woeful initiative and would undo generations of progress we have made as a nation on this. Every tear, every drop of blood, the sweat of our founders, our forefathers that have fallen would be in vain for us to continue and to reverse the path that we have. True justice is blind. It should not consider race or sex. And it's the duty of us as lawmakers to write just laws, and it's the duty of the executive branch to be just in administering them without deference to race, creed,
I was
religion.
apologizing to her because I heard voices.
Yet the
in
Biden
room.
administration has pushed through DEI initiatives into every policy in government department.
I thought it
What
was
this bill
intruders.
seeks to do is really three things.
I thought it
It
was
seeks
intruders.
to
Oh, she doesn't understand.
close the DEI offices that have been set up in virtually every single
I thought
agency.
it was somebody that came
And
into the house.
as well, this federal government has pushed these policies and sort of force-fed them on the American population
I
by
thought I thought they
requiring
were.
that anyone who does business with the
Oh.
federal government, contractors, also have to adhere to these DEI policies, as well as the grant writing process. So this would write what may be a well-intended policy, but has done great harm to our country. It's been very divisive. A new report from Do No Harm counted 500 DEI actions that the Biden administration took place or planned to take. DEI ideology simply does not work and only serves to divide our country. DEI ideology also results in absurd government-funded programs and has been a complete waste of taxpayer dollars and is dangerous, as sometimes people who do not have the competencies to carry out the job are placed in jobs for DEI reasons. It is time for us to unwind this bureaucratic initiative and to restore a functioning government that does not give preference to race, sex, or any of these characteristics. Thank you, Chair.
Would the gentleman yield for
And
a
I yield
question?
back.
Would the author yield for one question?
Sure.
Well, I'm just curious if you would explain the meaning and import of the provision that would make someone who works in one of those offices ineligible for rehiring or reassignment in a federal department or hiring somewhere else.
They could reapply for another office. What we are not going to do is take an office that has been stood up for the purposes of DEI and mandate that the federal government has to somehow find a place for people who have, if they're there as, and their credentials are to be a DEI officer, we do not have to find a way to place them somewhere else. These were initiatives that were placed by the federal government and are by the executive actions of the president, and they need to be pushed back on. Thank you.
Okay. But
Chairman, I yield back.
If I could I just pursue that for 1 second? Okay,
I yield it back to the chair. Thank you.
Yields back. Do any other members seek recognition? Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and to the gentleman for bringing this bill before this markup here today. I will have an amendment on the bill later on in the debate, but, you know, as I say often in this committee, I'm a former federal employee. I used to work at OMB. One of OMB's jobs is to help manage the federal workforce. They work very closely with OPM, and we deal a lot with, you know, the regulations and the legal system around federal employment. And I really want to emphasize the comments that were made by the ranking member about how unusual this bill is. You know, we just had a letter introduced into the record from the Heritage Foundation that is supporting this bill because of misguided efforts to essentially stoke segregation, division, and create a victim oppressor narrative, essentially, is what this letter of support says. But what is particularly peculiar about this massive bill that's been introduced, and I want to note that the co-sponsor of this bill, or this primary sponsor of this bill in the Senate, is Mr. J.D. Vance, our vice president-elect, is it literally, as the title says, is about dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the federal government. It revokes executive orders. It amends the Civil Rights Act, and it amends other parts of the federal code that protect our federal employees. And then it has this peculiar section that the ranking member talked about, which is actually essentially creating lists of federal employees and contractors that would never be eligible to work for the federal government again. Now, we have a word for that in common parlance. We call it blacklisting. And blacklisting comes from the 1950s, when here in this House of Representatives, there was a committee on un-American affairs that was convened under Joe McCarthy. The purpose of that was to purge the federal government and to accuse federal employees and blacklist them from future federal employment. So I'd like to say, welcome to the new House Committee on Un-American Affairs and to the new McCarthyism, because we have arrived here today
Will the
with
gentlelady
this
yield?
bill. So let's talk about
Will the
what
gentlelady yield?
exactly is trying to be accomplished
No?
by this bill and by the upcoming administration, which the vice president-elect is participating in here. Now, okay, let's take the argument to its logical extension that this is really about making sure that we have qualified individuals inside the federal government. So my question is then, why is the president-elect choosing absolutely unqualified cabinet secretaries to be at the head of every single agencies? We've got now a worldwide wrestling executive who's going to run education. We've got a sexual predator who was about to have a bipartisan report released by the House of Representatives to be our AG. We've got a Fox News commentator who's going to run the military for us. So if my colleagues across the aisle want to talk about qualifications, they want to talk about efficiency, they want to talk about the federal workforce, then let's talk about it, because you're talking about putting into place leadership in these federal agencies who are absolutely unqualified, who are dangerous, and know nothing about the agencies that they're about to be appointed to lead. So this is not about qualifications. This is not about having a qualified federal workforce. This is about laying the ground for the purge that they plan on January 20th and in the days afterwards. And we know that because the very organization for whom the chairman just submitted this letter of support is the Heritage Foundation, who wrote Project 2025, which gave us the blueprint for the purge itself and what they are planning inside every single one of these agencies. So we need to be clear-eyed about what this actually is and about what is trying to be accomplished, and why 4 weeks before we're about to adjourn for the holidays, the Republicans are bringing this bill to a markup without an actual hearing. This is modern McCarthyism. They are preparing for a purge. They are going after members of the federal government who are advancing because they are people of color, women, LGBTQ+, other members of our community who have been excluded systematically from participating in federal service and leadership positions, and then they're going to put their own unqualified loyalists in there to take out our federal workforce. That is what this bill is about. It's about creating a statutory framework to do that, and we're going to fight it every step of the way. With that, I yield back.
The lady yields back. Any other members seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
You? We'll rotate back and forth.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Biggs from Arizona is recognized. Then we'll go back.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentlelady's statement. I assume that she's referring to Pete Buttigieg or Javier Becerra or Mr. Mayorkas, who are unqualified appointees of the current administration. I find that interesting. But I also find it interesting because this bill it has some interesting things in here. The first section, section 1201, or section 3, which is 1201, says that you cannot discriminate for or against any person on the basis of race, color, ethnicity, religion, biological sex, or national origin. That sounds, you're going to read that to my constituency and most Americans, I think they're going to say, hey, that's not a bad idea. You cannot require as a condition of employment, as a condition for promotion or advancement, or as a condition for speaking, making a presentation, or submitting written materials that an employee undergo training, education, or coursework or other pedagogy that asserts that a particular race, color, ethnicity, religion, biological sex, or national origin is inherently or systemically superior or inferior, oppressive or oppressed, or privileged or unprivileged. I don't know. As we look at this, you can either celebrate moving together unitedly as the United States of America, we as a people, where we we accept each other and try to move the country forward, or you can say, well, look, we're going to divide everybody. And that's what this executive order, oh, they haven't been codified, but through these executive orders, which are designed to actually separate instead of bring people together. That's a shame. And I respect that we have differences across the aisle on this issue, but I hope that one day we really will be a united country, united. And I think this bill is trying to make the point that systemically established these executive orders have done the exact opposite than that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to the gentleman from Texas if he needs the time.
Thank you. There was an insinuation that this is McCarthyism, that it creates some sort of list. I would challenge the questioner to find that in the bill text. It is simply not there. The bill says that, and I will quote, that the head of a federal agency that closes or terminates or winds up a program or office under the paragraph shall undertake an appropriate reduction of force. So if we have stood up an agency for the purposes of DEI, that we will reduce that force load on our federal government for the same amount that it was at. It went on to say it may not transfer, reassign, redesignate any employer or contractor with a position or function that is eliminated. It does not prohibit anyone from reapplying for an office or using their background in another, their experience in another initiative or area of expertise in our federal government. It does not create a list of that employee or ban them from ever participating in government. It just says if we have created an agency for the purposes of DEI, we are going to reduce that office and not have it be a burden on the American people. If we hired people for the purpose of something that we are not going to be doing anymore, the public service, as we all know in our offices, is not a right. It is a privilege. And if there's a need for that office, then great. But being employed for the purposes of something doesn't automatically guarantee you continued employment in our federal government unless you're meeting a need that provides an ROI to the taxpayer, which this does not.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Garcia or Mfume?
Yeah.
Okay. Mfume.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to stand in strong opposition to this, forward to the larger debate, both in the committee and certainly on the floor. I just think it's a bad way to go about trying to solve a problem. And, you know, when I look at this, I have to look through the lens of history in terms of how we got here. And so for me, historically, this really all found its weight in trying to deal with a very real American problem of discrimination and servitude. For me, this was about a race of people who had suffered, endured, and survived 2 centuries of slavery, oppression, deprivation, degradation, denial, and disprivilege. And so the culmination of the act of Congress on July 2nd, 1964, with President Johnson, was to put in place once and for all the gateway to that opportunity. And so that has put us on a course of evolution. This initially was about Black Americans. That umbrella opened over the years, and it went on to include other defected or affected groups, Latinos, the disabled, gay Americans, and I could go on and on and on. If this is all about President Biden's executive order, then I would strongly suggest that it ought to be a executive order that countermands that goes against it, if that's the goal you're trying to get to. However, stepping and wading into this as the Congress to now amend that 1964 Civil Rights Act sends the wrong message whether intended or not, to most affected groups. And I can tell you, it definitely sends the wrong message to Black people. I don't think that this is going to cure a situation that, quite frankly, has yet to be proven to me that it exists. And so if we follow the mandates of Project 2025, and if we are reducing force, threatening federal employees by changing Schedule F requirements, doing other things that put us on a slippery slope, I don't want to be a part of that. I really don't. And so I will fight this, and I will ask other members of this committee to fight it. Let the incoming administration do what it wants to do on this, but don't pull the United States Congress in to amending the 1964 Civil Rights Act in a way where all of these communities are going to be severely affected down the road. I just think it's bad policy. I don't believe it's insightful, and we're going to debate this over and over and over again because I don't think that too many minds on this side of the aisle are ever going to be changed. There are too many people who are the great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren of a system that worked against them to now see this effort. And I'm not impugning the gentleman's integrity by any means. I just think that this is the wrong way to go about doing it. I stand opposed, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mfume, and thank you for your eloquent statement of purpose, which I think describes how we all feel on the Oversight Committee. This is a very sweeping attack on the progress that we've been making as a country to leave behind the legacy of racism and sexism, discrimination against veterans, discrimination against the disabled, discrimination against pregnant women, and so on. I want to say that to the distinguished gentleman whose bill it is, I appreciate the clarification that this is not an attempt to keep people who work in such offices ever from being rehired again. So that's a step forward. But I hope he understands that he is treating people who work in these offices completely differently from everybody else in the federal government, because right now we have several regulations and laws, including one that applies specifically to veterans. So that's the one in my mind. And let me tell you what it says. If a veteran's working for the federal government and the office closes that the person is in, then they have the ability to be reassigned to another office if they're qualified for the job. And if obviously the job has got to be legal. You're making jobs like that exist in a DEI office illegal now. So, but if there's another lawful position open, these people would not be able to be reassigned to them or be put into them simply because they had worked on diversity before. And that strikes me as a very radical statement. And I don't know anything like it in the civil service or the personnel law. And thank you for yielding, Mr. Mfume.
Thank you. And reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman, I've got 3 unanimous consent requests for submission into the record. An official statement from the American Federation of Government Employees, of the AFL-CIO, an official statement from Mark Morial, the president and CEO of the nation's National Urban League, and an official statement of the Human Rights Campaign, all in stark opposition to the bill.
Without objection, so ordered. Who else seeks recognition on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Is it who? I can't even remember. Okay, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll get it.
I do agree with the comments that have been said from House Democrats on the committee. I wanted to say a few things. I think we all want our agencies to serve the American people as efficiently as possible. We want to make sure that our federal employees are the most qualified and dedicated people to our country and our government. When I was mayor of Long Beach for the last 8 years, I had a workforce of about 6,000 people, including an incredible police department, firefighters, an efficient port. And one thing that I'll tell you that folks in my community value about working in our city was that they were working with diverse personalities, diverse people, folks that they learned from, that they made their work better, and vice versa. And so we know that inclusive workplaces actually also retain and are ways to recruit top talent. And so this type of actions and this bill does exactly the opposite of that. And in fact, I believe we will recruit less qualified individuals when you start removing incentives for diversity and for creativity in the workplace. And clearly this bill has nothing to do with good government. There's no common sense. And unfortunately, it's about purging, in my opinion, Donald Trump's enemies. Now, if the majority wants to make sure that our government runs more efficiently, they should start, and certainly the president-elect should start by actually appointing qualified people to run these government agencies. I mean, the nominee so far has been quite embarrassing as we've heard them from the president-elect. I mean, you have a Fox News personality for defense secretary. You have RFK Jr., who doesn't believe in vaccines, for Health and Human Services. You have Tulsi Gabbard, who has praised dictators and essentially, in my opinion, is a Russian propagandist for for our intelligence services. You have Matt Gaetz, who has been accused credibly of sexual misconduct and a bunch of other horrific actions. These are the people, by the way, who the incoming administration would actually bypass security clearances, FBI tests, yet many of these same managers that are in these current agencies are required to take those same exact tests and exams. And so I think this is incredibly hypocritical when there are same members of this committee who are praising those agency heads that are going to be coming in who have had little scrutiny, and yet they want to remove important programs around diversity, around supporting all people, around uplifting equality within our government. So I strongly oppose this bill. I think this is moving us completely backwards and quite frankly violates a lot of the progress that we've made in the civil rights era. And so with that, Mr. Chairman and our ranking member, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I'm an original co-sponsor of this bill, and I've noted some of the comments here, and I believe we should take a step back and ask ourselves, you know, what do we seek in our republic regarding individual rights, liberties, and freedoms? And do you believe in those core tenets of our republic or not? We have an opportunity before us with this bill to push back against it. The ranking member mentioned a sweeping attack. Yes, this is what we have suffered. We have suffered as a nation, a sweeping attack against equality. That's exactly what we're fighting against. Another colleague mentioned oppression and degradation. It's exactly what we're pushing back against. This is a bill that eliminates government-sponsored oppression of individual rights, liberties, and freedoms in the land of the free. Freedom of opportunity, not result. And reflecting upon the gentleman's comments of our former colleague, former Representative Gaetz, he's not here to defend himself. So let me speak on his behalf for all Americans accused of any crime at any level. I refer you again to our Constitution. Every American has the right to be recognized as innocent until proven guilty. Representative Gaetz has certainly demonstrated that he is a brilliant litigator. He's represented the interests of his district, and his own principles will sometimes vary from mine. He and I have very different opinions about some things. He's a highly qualified and brilliant man. And to attack him with accusations by name in this committee is wrong. The man's not here to defend himself. So I support the bill, Mr. Chairman. It is quite simply a strong response to the oppression of our individual rights, liberties, and freedoms as Americans, regardless of color or creed or political affiliation or where you stand upon the economic strata, what your background is or your heritage. All of us should be counted as Americans equal as we move forward through the course of our life on our journey, and we should not face obstructions that are baked into our government bureaucracies that exclude citizens strictly based upon their color, their heritage, their creed. This removes those oppressions. Mr. Chairman, I yield to you, good sir, to balance of my time.
Yield,
Yes, sir.
yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Nfume, for not for realizing we can have different views with the same goal and have altruistic motives on both sides. I just want to thank you. I appreciate that. Our founding documents talked about having a nation where we recognize that all people were created equal. Martin Luther King talked about that being a promissory note because, as we know, that had not always been the case and has not always been the case in our country. And it took too long and has taken too long for us to get where we need to go. But he also said that we shouldn't use the results of segregation, and I think we could also say discrimination, as the justification for future segregation or discrimination. That's what this bill seeks to do. It seeks to reverse some of the policies that have, instead of looked at merit or qualifications or the like, and institute a policy where you are hired on those things instead of where the first thing we look at is factors about our character, our personality, our skin color, our sex, whatever the case is in qualifications for a job. And I'll just point out, you know, there's many of these examples, but the Air Force's Diversity and Inclusion Resource Book has recommendations for unconscious bias, race-specific learning, cognitive diversity teaming, general diversity and inclusion and belonging. And it includes a book title called White Rage. This is the kind of things that are going. We should not discriminate at all in our government. This bill supports that, if you read the first title. And we just do not want to go down the path where we've spent decades and literally generations moving away from these sort of discriminatory practices. The idea is not to codify these as we continue to move forward and work toward a more perfect union. Thank you.
Would you yield, gentlemen, yield?
My time's up. It's not my time either, but it's up to the chair.
Gentlemen.
I'd be happy to.
Yeah, if you do, you want to yield? Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Would the gentleman agree that what this bill does, in essence, is to come up with a new definition for discrimination?
I do not agree.
Well, then if we use the old definition, the bill is way out of line, in my opinion. And the notion about government-sponsored oppression, which my colleague from Louisiana talked about, for me, government-sponsored oppression was the Black Codes. For my parents, the Dred Scott decision, the Runaway Slave Act. I mean, that's going hardcore to when the government is actually sponsoring oppression. But if we're talking about doing away with diversification initiatives, this is an axe. This is not a knife. It's not pinpoint. It's an axe, just to do away with everything under this new discrimination, which leaves a lot of people unprotected, a lot of people out of work, government employees and private sector employees to some extent. But most of all, it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't deal with the real problem of discrimination, racism, and the things that we have come to abhor and say and pledge that we're all against. This is just so broad that I believe that, as I've said before, I'm going to stand in opposition to it. And I can only talk about this from my perspective as a Black man living in America. And I'm telling you, it's the wrong thing and the wrong way to do it. And I would strongly suggest, as I said, and I'll yield back, gentleman who's kind enough, and the chair, I really believe that in this instance, the Congress should not be wading in to amend the Civil Rights Act of 1964 because of an executive order by a president that you may or may not like. That ought to be undone, I think, by another executive order if you're going to do it that way. But to do this, I just can't support. I yield back.
Gentleman's time expired. Any other members seek recognition? Ms. Lee? Yeah, Ms. Lee, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not in favor of the Dismantle Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Act, or what it maybe would more aptly be called the dismantling any semblance of support or opportunity for certain American acts. And we know who those Americans are. Americans who have not enjoyed centuries of unfair advantages by keeping others enslaved or segregated or disenfranchised or incarcerated or redlined or gerrymandered or excluded by law. Americans who've lived with disabilities or had their relationships criminalized or their gender expression demonized. If we're being honest here, this bill, which will wipe out every diversity, equity, and inclusion program in our federal agencies, plus those who contract with us, plus those who receive grant money, plus our schools, is nothing new. This is just the final piece of a decades-long obsession with targeting and dismantling anything that might give marginalized people a fair shot, including DEI programs, which honestly started the second the Civil Rights Act passed. Policies like affirmative action and diversity, equity, inclusion are the closest things we've had to the mythical bootstraps that some of my colleagues insist historically and currently harmed communities need to pick themselves up by. After centuries of efforts to keep us out of schools and universities, from jobs and elected office, Republicans targeting these policies are no accident. Why do predominantly conservative white men believe that the success of a Black person or the opportunity or access of a Black person is an existential threat to them? DEI is not given any unfair advantage that society itself does not already confer on certain Americans. It merely exists to ensure that all other people, that women, minoritized folks, queer folks, disabled folks, have the same opportunities to succeed and thrive in our workforce and our schools as people who have not had those opportunities systematically and legally stripped from them do. Is our country not greater when all of us have opportunities to succeed and contribute and survive? Our success and our survival as a nation is bound together. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programs only exist to band-aid over decades, hell, centuries of discrimination against people's skin color, their religion, disabilities, gender, or sexual orientations, you name it. Contrary to Republican conjecture, remedying past discrimination is not, in turn, a discrimination. And we're not going to sit here and pretend racism is over just because one Black person on the Supreme Court agreed that it should be. What DEI does not do is give some kind of magical pass to better jobs, like some of our colleagues are implying. That middle word, equity, does not mean more than or better than. It means treating people fairly and impartially. It means working to fix generational and systemic discrimination to the betterment of all of us and all of our institutions. But instead, Republicans are trying to bastardize the term DEI to be a slur. When Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was up for confirmation and when Vice President Harris was added to the ticket, they called them DEI hires. They want you to believe that a Harvard graduate with over 20 years of experience, who happens to be a Black woman, is not qualified, but a Fox News personality is qualified to run the Department of Defense, and the WWE executive is qualified to run the Department of Education. Let's be real. There is an attempt to create a direct correlation between our race, being a Black person, and our qualifications. So much as to say that there is no way to be a Black woman. There is no resume that a Black person could have that would qualify them unless that Black person is a Republican. And there is a quota there. And while all of this has happened at the top level of our government, I can promise you these same things are happening on every single level of government and private sector. But those people don't have a national platform to speak out against discriminatory treatment. Where is a federal worker supposed to turn when another coworker says a racist comment to them in the break room? Where is the same-sex couple who is denied housing supposed to, because of their relationship, supposed to turn? Where is a pregnant woman who was fired for being pregnant supposed to go? Often the only place that they have to give them recourse are the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. These folks just want to do their jobs, serving the American people in an environment that feels safe and supports them. Making work a better, safer environment for some does not mean it automatically is worse for others. And those complaining about DEI training are probably the ones who need it the most. My Republican colleagues have got to stop punching down on already marginalized communities and face their own fears of a level playing field privately. It's shameful. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just left this room last night listening to a FEMA director who was apologizing for the failures of her agency, an agency that, by the way, made its top priority and its focus and mission on diversity, equity, and inclusion. You would think that their mission and goal should be on providing aid and support to the American people in times of disasters. Just months ago, we had another individual sitting at this table during a hearing who was apologizing for the failures of Secret Service because of the events that happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. A same agency who made it their number one priority not to protect key individuals. It's not their number one priority. The number one priority is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And look, I think that what's happened here and what I think that we may not understand is I think we perceive DEI as a shift from the Civil Rights Act and into, instead of discussing equality of opportunity, we're now focused on the equality of outcome. And it's only common sense, it's only logical that you cannot dictate an equality of outcome unless you eliminate the equality of opportunity. This agency has done that. In my opinion, they have moved on from the Civil Rights Act and moved on towards this equality of outcome, which in my opinion is shoehorning some form of Marxism into what is a noble cause, which is to try to root out and eliminate discrimination in the workplace. And so that's the motivation behind this, and that's why I'll be supporting it.
Gentleman yield.
Does the gentleman yield?
Someone asked if you.
Does the gentleman
okay,
yield?
Ms. Stansberry asked. Okay, no, gentleman's time's expired. Any other members seek recognition? Yes, Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Thank you. This bill titled the Dismantling DEI Act is an utter disgrace. Having sat and read the text in preparation for today's markup, I have yet another example to tell my constituents about the unserious work of the Republican Party. Now, I'll work with anyone serious about progress who wants to center the people who call this country home. This isn't it. The Committee on Oversight has the broadest jurisdiction in the entire House of Representatives to investigate any topic it chooses, but we are debating legislation that denies the sky is blue, water is wet, and racism is real. The major provision of the bill says to ban anything that acknowledges racism. And a few pages later in the exact same bill, there are multiple provisions discussing the presence of racism. This Republican approach is as predictable as it is nonsensical. On one hand, they're saying that racism does not exist. On the other hand, they are saying there is rampant reverse racism. Well, how do you reverse something that never existed in the first place? Riddle me that. While this Republican policy may have a new name, it's the same old tired game. Look, y'all are entitled to your opinions, but not a denial of the facts. Do you all know your history? Do you know American history? The original Constitution counted enslaved individuals as 3/5 of a person. During World War II, the federal government forcibly relocated and incarcerated 110,000 Japanese Americans. The FHA practiced redlining in the 1930s and 60s to deny mortgages to Black Americans, which is why we have a racial wealth gap today. I could go on. The GI Bill, which is supposed to be race neutral, denied access to Black Americans, denying them equal access to education and housing benefits, which is why we do not have generational wealth. Don't talk to me about merit when those Black servicemen fought for our freedoms. And I'd also just like to take a personal note of privilege to say, please keep Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouths. Yes. Your perversion of his words and his mission when his children have asked you to stop invoking his name and perverting his work when he was a proud and unapologetic Black man fighting for equality for Black Americans and all marginalized people. So you all are entitled to your opinions, but not a denial of the facts. But I'm not surprised that you would deny American history. What I am, though, is committed. Committed to speaking truth to power, committed to standing up for marginalized communities and vulnerable people, committed to ensuring that everyone has equal opportunity to buy a house, to work a job, to pursue higher education, and to live in a society that is fair and just. A colleague across the aisle invoked the phrase of, "We must do everything to stop government-sponsored oppression." Well, I've just enumerated numerous examples, which is exactly why we have legislation and an executive order to reverse this harm. And that is why I'm committed to opposing this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentlelady yields back. We'll go back. We'll rotate sides. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania. Then we'll recognize Talib after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time, such time as he may consume, to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
I
Chair
thank my
recognizes Mr.
colleague, and I appreciate my Democrat colleague for exemplifying exactly the kind of oppression of freedoms that we're referencing. How about we'll quote whoever we want to quote? How about that's my First Amendment right? That's exactly the kind of baked-in oppression. Like, how dare a white Republican quote Martin Luther King? We actually had a congressman say that just now in this committee. Well, thank you, good lady, for once again exemplifying the type of oppression that we stand against. You know I'm right. You know I'm right.
Order. Mr. Higgins has the floor.
And we will quote who we please to quote.
A disgrace.
And we will continue to speak freely because now I'm a veteran. That's the country that I serve. That's a constitution I swore an allegiance to. And that oath has no expiration date. I will fight for it with my last life's blood. For my right to speak freely and yours, good lady. You will never hear me saying, how dare you quote anybody you please to quote. And that exemplifies, America, precisely the type of institutional oppression that my colleague, Mr. Cloud's bill, for which I'm an original co-sponsor, hopes to push back against.
But Mr. Higgins, have you read your own bill? Have you read your own bill? Because it is trying to regulate speech. It is actually
Ms. Stansberry, you're out of
regulating
order. Ms. Stansberry, you're out of order. It's Mr. Perry's time. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the balance of the time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I'll just say, I think this is what makes progress hard on this front. The idea that we can't have a conversation on government policies that have been put in place. My intent, in my opening remarks, I acknowledged many of the things that have been talked about, the stain on our nation's history that we have in some ways moved past, but there will continue to be work to be done. It's sad and sickening that in a fallen world, in a nation as diverse as ours, and we are one of the most diverse nations in the world, there still remain people who cling to old, racist, ignorant ideologies. My concern is that the way this has been implemented into many of the agencies in our federal government, this has been listed as the #1 agenda in agencies that are supposed to be doing other things. Yesterday, Mr. Burleson mentioned FEMA. And one of the things is they're trying to weigh someone's religion and how they give out aid. That's crazy. That kind of stuff shouldn't be happening in the United States of America. There's research that's gone into this. Journalist and researcher Jesse Singal wrote in the New York Times that there's very little evidence that many of the initiatives work. The specific type of diversity training that is currently in vogue, mandatory training that blames dominant groups for DEI problems, may well have a net negative effect on the outcome managers claim to care about. Forbes senior editor Jenna McGregor wrote, compulsory diversity training aimed at people's biases or preventing discrimination behavior appears to actually do more harm than good. I did not benign the intents or the motivations in these policies, but what we are finding and what businesses are finding now, a number of them have implemented these policies and realizing they're not working. They're not accomplishing the desired ends for us to continue to move toward a more perfect union. And that's why we're seeing a retraction from them. My concern is getting our federal government to a place where race and sexism and all these things are not the first thing we look at in our hiring, in our grant writing, in our contracting. I think it would make us a better country.
Gentlemen, time's expired. Chair, now recognize Ms. Tlaib from Michigan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. You know, I sometimes remind people I grew up in the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, the city of Detroit, because I need you to understand sometimes your lens becomes different when you're in a community just embodied with the constant, I think, struggle of not really, because you will never truly understand what it means to be Black in America. Never. You have to acknowledge that. If you don't, I don't think we'll ever be able to pass. You have to know. I believe it in my heart that you do. And you know, this Black pastor told me, you know, I'm sitting in the pew, of course I'm sticking out, and Pastor Bland Jr. looks at me in the audience, and I just felt like he was just looking at me, but you know, if you're a good pastor and you know what you're doing, you always think he's just talking to you. And he said, you know, our country is not divided, it's disconnected. And when I think about that, I think about the fact that we continue to disconnect because we allow segregation to live and breathe in a way because you know, people are more comfortable that way, right? You hear people say, well, that's not my fault. I'm a better public servant, a better American, and everything because I went to a beautiful, diverse high school, you know, because where I lived, that's the high school you had to go to. We all went to those neighborhood high schools. There was something beautiful though, because I went to school with Hungarians and Polish and Latinos and Black folks and Muslims and I mean, just all different kinds of backgrounds of people from all different likes. And it was something I think that many of our neighbors across the country will never ever really experience. And I think it keeps us divided. When I think about this bill, I think about not just obviously the importance of diversity and inclusion and trying to make sure that our government is reflective of who we serve. But many of the people we hire, it's also their lived experience. Their lived experience is going to have them lead with some sort of compassion that we'll never again have similar because we haven't lived the life that they have in our country. And I'm not just talking, I'm talking about all different backgrounds. And I just feel like we're in here talking about this in a way that I feel like is just going to continue to divide us. And the acknowledgement that everything's okay. There's no way you haven't been in spaces where you hear it. In the Michigan legislature, Chairman Comer, a man, you know, was a minority witness in the Michigan House and used the N-word in such a derogatory word. My own state representative was in tears afterwards, thinking of her child, her beautiful, lovely son, adult son, but just thinking, my God, he thought that it was okay, that he was somehow emboldened to use that word in the people's capital in Lansing, Michigan. We have a lot of work to do. I just think this is not it. We got to make sure that we're focusing. No, really, we got to make sure that we're putting people in the room. That sometimes we got to make sure they are in the room together because they're not going to come in the room together unless we require it or urge it to happen. Because we know if we do that, then all the services, the way we move as a federal government, will be reflective in a way of leading with that compassion I think that is needed. I just urge us to please just step back and understand that. And I'm not going to tell you, you know, I fully understand like where you're. I just know that there's no way you don't know that racism is very clear in these spaces, especially here in an institution that wasn't ready for someone like me. And sure the heck sometimes isn't even ready for the American people, our own neighbors across our country, that will have to be inflicted in coming to get whatever services. God, it's something beautiful if they can look at somebody that is reflective of them and understand their lived experience. And I think we're getting farther away from that. And I know you don't see it, but I'm an attorney. I read this. You're going to allow these protections to fall apart when you do this kind of legislation. You know you will. It'll allow these protections to fall apart because you're going to allow people to get fired solely because you're dismantling, again, a policy and a process of creating a culture, again, that's reflective of our country. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Yields back. Any other members seek recognition? Which one do you want, Crockett or Moskowitz?
Frost and
Frost. I'm going by Mr. Raskin. Moskowitz.
So
recognized.
So I really have a question for the sponsor. So I've been sitting and listening and trying to hear your intent and talking about discrimination. But the problem is that argument falls apart on page 6, line 17 through line 20. And in fact, if you're sincere about your intent of the bill, what I would tell you is you should delete those lines, because actually those lines are actual new discrimination. See, you want to get rid of an office. We may disagree with it, but you can get rid of an office. You want to change policy. We may disagree with the policy you want to change, but here actually in those lines, you are creating second-class federal employees. You're creating new discrimination, may not transfer discrimination, may not reassign discrimination, may not redesignate any employee discrimination. Those are protections that every other federal employee in every other office in the federal government gets. It's a right and a privilege that they get. But you're going to remove that from these people, not an office. Fine, I disagree with it, but it's an office. Not a policy. Fine, we disagree with it, it's a policy. This is people now. Now you're going to the people. You're saying, because you worked in an office that we don't think should exist, because you worked there, we're going to remove protections that every other federal employee gets, but not you, because we disagree with the office you worked in. That is straight up discrimination. And so listen, if you're serious about wanting to change the office and the policy, you should remove those lines, because the entire argument falls apart when you want to treat the people who work there completely different than anybody else. You want me, and I'm happy to yield the rest of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moskowitz, and thanks for that powerful statement. That was the thing that jumped out at me when I first read this. This wasn't just a change in programmatic direction. It was an attempt to strip workers who were doing nothing in their job, as it was defined to them and described to them, of essential civil service protections that occur to everybody who works in the civil service. And again, there's a general regulation that deals with that. There's one specifically for veterans, saying if a veteran is working for an office, say it's one of these offices that closes, that veteran has the opportunity to be reassigned to another job that he or she is qualified for, doing not the same work, but the new work of the new office. And yet this seems to paste a scarlet letter on them saying, you worked in now the politically incorrect, ideologically disapproved office, the reviled DEI office, and now you're going to have less rights than everybody else in the workforce. You'll be fired. And it does sound like from the author, at least they could reapply. I think it would clearly violate equal protection in the First Amendment for them not even to be allowed to reapply. But why would we set up a two-tier system where there are people who work in the federal government and then people who worked in the federal government for DEI? And it does, I think, cast a pall over the whole legislation, which obviously is touching, a lot of nerves. And, Mr. Cloud, I respect, the spirit with which you offer this legislation. And I respect the fact that you are not in denial of what so many of our members want to point out, which is that our history is one that begins, of course, with slavery and the denial of rights of African Americans. In the Dred Scott decision, Chief Justice Taney, unfortunately of Maryland, said that the African American has no rights that the white man is bound to respect. And then even after the Civil War, we fought a whole war to overthrow the system of white supremacy, to emancipate people from slavery. Still, the Supreme Court said in 1896 in Plessy versus Ferguson that it was perfectly okay for government to segregate people according to local racial customs. And we know that that means discrimination and second-class services. So the legislation you offer is part of a long history. It goes back to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965. I'll yield back to you, Mr. Musgrove.
Just reclaiming my time. And so I would want the sponsor to answer that question, because look, if Donald Trump were to create a new agency, right? And years later, when we get power back, if we were to eliminate that agency or eliminate that office, but we then said those people who worked in this area of government that we disagreed with, they're going to get less rights and privileges than every other federal employee, you would be jumping up and down that we were treating Trump supporters different. And so what I'm saying to you is, if your intent is to change policy, and if your intent is to eliminate an office, we may disagree with that, but don't punish the people who work there and treat them different than everybody else, and then say this is about trying to change discrimination. I yield back.
All right, gentleman's time's expired. I think we go back and forth.
Do you want me to answer?
If you want to answer the question, feel free.
Sure. The first thing I would say is sometimes in Washington, and this is a bipartisan issue, we can tend to think that the American people exist to support the federal bureaucracy. I do not adhere to that belief. I think the bureaucracy exists to serve the American people. Having said that, we do want our federal workforce treated right and properly and justly. I would point out that this legislation does what it upholds the Civil Rights Act. The first title it goes through and virtually says the same definitions about what discrimination is. The reason and the intent behind that is, and I'll give you one example. The Department of Health and Human Services currently has 294 DEI employees, costing the federal taxpayer about $38.7 million in taxpayer funds. Now, we can debate whether we think the program or the office has merit. My viewpoint is that for all what the altruistic purposes may have been, as some of the quotes and studies I've read, it's having even an adverse effect at best, or at best it's having a negligent effect and possibly having an adverse effect toward the stated goals. So having said that, I'm thinking, okay, in the example of HHS, we have a $38 million office that is actually having an adverse effect, and that $38 million burden shouldn't be on the American taxpayer. That's how my calculus is working. I did not, Mr. Garcia, I wish he was here, because he made the comment that we were trying to get rid of DEI officers because we were going after Mr. Trump's enemies. His words, not mine. I did not view DEI officers as Mr. Trump's enemies. That was a new idea to me, a new concept that apparently he thinks that DEI officers are Mr. Trump's enemy. I think that would be an issue if they were. I didn't think that they were. But having said that, if you wanted to offer an amendment and that would help you get to support of this bill, if you thought that would make the difference,
That's the First Amendment coming. That's my amendment.
Okay.
So we can get there.
And if it passes, will you vote for it?
Well, I'm definitely voting for the amendment. I'm introducing.
I mean, for the bill.
Oh, well, I'll have to look and see what happens to your bill. There are more amendments coming.
Ms. Crockett, is she next?
Yep.
Okay, Ms. Crockett.
So many of you know that I practice law, but some of you don't realize that I actually was a business major out of Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. And the emphasis that I got in my business degree was on finance. And as I traveled the country campaigning this election cycle, one of the things that I talked about was this idea that in finance, we always promote this idea of diversity. If you know anything about a portfolio, the one thing that you want to do is make sure that it's as diverse as possible, because at times certain stocks will perform better than others. And they will exemplify various strengths and weaknesses. And together, a diverse portfolio is usually what any good finance person would promote. They wouldn't promote that you solely invest in vanilla wafers, believing that that is going to be the strongest portfolio. But instead, they may want to add some chocolate cake and some Twinkies into the mix to make sure that we have the best portfolio, because there will be different preferences by different people. And again, there will be different strengths. But as I sit here and I think about what we say and what I'm hearing as it relates to diversity when it comes to anything outside of making money, and to be clear, we are losing GDP every time we try to push back on this idea of diversity, because all of us bring something different to the table. But you consistently said over and over the word oppression, and every time that you said it, it was almost as if I was hearing nails on a chalkboard, because it seems like you don't understand the definition of oppression. And I'd ask you to just refer to Google to help you out. Oppression is the prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. That is the definition of oppression. And so as I sit here as a Black woman who practiced civil rights, let me tell you, the reason that my colleagues wanted to make sure you understood the same Black history that your side of the aisle wants to delete out of classrooms is because you can then misuse words like oppression. There has been no oppression for the white man in this country. You tell me which white men were dragged out of their homes. You tell me which one of them got dragged all the way across an ocean and told that you are going to go and work. We are going to steal your wives. We are going to rape your wives. That didn't happen. That is oppression. We didn't ask to be here. We're not the same migrants that y'all constantly come up against. We didn't run away from home. We were stolen. So yeah, we are going to sit here and be offended when you want to sit here and act like, and don't let it escape you that it is white men on this side of the aisle telling us, people of color on this side of the aisle, that y'all are the ones being oppressed, that y'all are the ones that are being harmed. That's not the definition of oppression. You tell me the prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment that you've had, and we can have a conversation.
You could start with Exodus.
The final thing that I will say on this particular issue, two things. There is an article from The Guardian, and it is a little old. It's from 2021. So I apologize. But it said that back then, just 3 years ago, white men represent 30% of the population, but 62% of office holders. These are the issues that we are constantly looking at and recognizing and trying to say, is this just? I can't even tell you how many white men have served in this chamber, but I can tell you that I am only the 55th Black woman to be elected to Congress. And so when you want to talk about history and pretend as if it was so long ago, it wasn't. Because again, I am just number 55. Finally, when we start to talk about what do these numbers do, as we're trying to say the diversity, equity, and inclusion is the problem, the reality is that when it comes to financial performance, companies with more diverse workforces are more likely to outperform their competitors. Companies in the top quartile for racial diversity are 35% more likely to outperform their peers on profitability. Companies with diverse executive teams are 25% more likely to generate greater profits. Diverse companies earn 2.5 times higher cash flow per employee. Diversity works. And until you can show me data that says otherwise, I think that we need to go back to being a country that listens to experts and gets out of our feelings and recognizes, again, that racism is real in this country. And until we stop pretending that it's not, we will not solve the problems that we are consistently facing. And that will bring real unity that we seek when we're looking for a more perfect union.
Does any other member seek recognition? Seeing not, or do you, okay. Seeing not. What are we doing? For what purpose does the ranking member seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Reserve a point of order.
State your point.
I'll reserve a point of order.
Okay, yes. The clerk will distribute the amendment to all members. The committee will suspend while we distribute the amendment. How many amendments do y'all have? Is this it?
I think there might be 5 or 6. Let me find out.
Okay.
Like 5. Just one moment.
Okay. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8706 is offered by Mr. Raskin of Maryland.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This has been an edifying, if often heated conversation we're having today. And I think it's actually befitting. The First Amendment and the Speech and Debate Clause, we are the world's greatest multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious constitutional democracy. And it's not easy. The far more common destiny for countries with different ethnic and racial groups is one of tribal violence and racial apartheid and ceaseless ethnic conflict. So we're getting there. And we have different approaches to how to do it. Some of our colleagues have somewhat dabbled in the language of race silence now, not talking about the past, not talking about what we've gone through, and everything will be all right. Well, that was definitely not the position of the radical Republicans who led us through the Civil War and the Reconstruction period. They passed all kinds of race-conscious legislation in the Reconstruction period. They passed the Freedmen's Bureau with the explicit provision of resources for the purposes of transfer to the recently emancipated Black population. The radical Republicans led Congress in passing legislation to establish schools for Black people, not integrated schools, but schools for Black children, explicitly race conscious, because they understood that the meaning of the 14th Amendment and equal protection and the Reconstruction legislation was not just to create some sterile notion of color blindness, which was not in the 14th Amendment or any of the debates about it. It was to actually help people get up after centuries of oppression, as my colleagues have described it, after centuries of violence and dispossession and legalized slavery and subjugation and control. So we have a difference now, I think, substantively about whether it's best to deliberately and consciously open government up, and not just to Black people and Latino people, but open it up to other people who've been traditionally left out, including veterans, including people in rural areas. Your legislation would overturn all the executive orders that deliberately try to get the government just to think about getting applicants in the door who come from traditionally disfavored and discriminated against communities. But we understand, all right, we've got an honest difference of opinion about that. But I want to go back to what Mr. Moskowitz was saying, which is even if we disagree about the validity or the utility of these programs, and we think that they've been very successful in terms of opening the government up to the whole country and being very effective and productive for America. But even if we disagree about that, and we're going to change the program, this language is intolerable, which says that people who've worked in those programs have lesser rights than anybody else who's worked for the people of the United States in our federal government. So my amendment would lift the bill's egregious ban on transferring, redesignating, or reassigning employees who work in one of these offices that gets eliminated by the bill. In other words, if we eliminate this language, we treat them like any other federal worker whose job has been eliminated by virtue of federal action. So I think that sends a far better statement about the motivations and the purposes of this legislation. And I think this is one that everybody should be able to agree to. And with that, I submit it to the wisdom of the committee. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment. I oppose the amendment. The amendment seeks to increase bloat in the federal workforce. It does this by preventing the dismissal of employees whose offices, functions, and positions are eliminated by the bill. The federal workforce is already massively oversized. We should be doing everything possible to reduce the size of the federal workforce, not to keep it filled with unnecessary employees as the amendment seeks to do. And of course, nothing in the bill precludes the dismissed employees from reapplying for a job elsewhere in the federal government. This was an issue in the presidential race, reducing the size of the federal government. The overall bill eliminates taxpayer funding for federal offices, programs, and grants affiliated with DEI. It's already federal law to discriminate against anyone based on their race. And the president-elect was transparent in saying this is one of the specific areas where they were going to seek to cut waste in the federal government. We cannot continue to spend $1.5 trillion a year more than we take in. And I think that the president-elect was transparent. I feel like this issue was talked about. There, with all due respect to the Democrat nominee, Ms. Harris, Vice President Harris, there was, I don't know a lot of specific things she was going to do as president. I don't think she articulated very many specific proposals. One of the proposals that President Trump talked about was eliminating all the unnecessary DEI. And we've talked about how many positions have been created over the last 4 years. Instead of fighting for bureaucratic jobs, I believe, I represent a poor area. And obviously there are poor minority districts. We should be fighting for investment, fighting for entrepreneurism, fighting for ways that we can lift up communities that have been impacted by poverty, like many of the communities I represent, many of the communities that are represented by minority members. We can do this. And I think that's what the American people want. The government's not the answer. The private sector is the answer. We need to be more efficient in government, and we are going to be more efficient in government. That is the mandate of the American people. So I oppose the amendment. I support the bill. And now I seek, Mr. Moskowitz, you seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So listen, I have agreement with my colleagues across the aisle on wanting to shrink bureaucracy, wanting to decrease the size of federal government. That's a valid point. I think DOJ is going to try to do that, right? And you're seeing Democrats come out and support that. Chris Coons did that. Senator Coons did that the other day. What this amendment is saying is it's not allowing the federal government to stay the same size. What we're saying is as you eliminate an office, as you change a policy, if there are jobs available that they can transfer to, just like every other federal employee, then they should be able to do that. What you're doing is that federal employees have certain protections and rights that they get. And what you're saying is the federal employees that worked in this office aren't going to get those rights. All these people aren't going to get to stay, right? They're not all going to get to stay. That's not what this amendment is doing. This amendment isn't saying, okay, yeah, change the policy, eliminate the office, but then let everybody stay somewhere else. That's not what the amendment is doing. What the amendment is doing is saying they have certain protections, certain rights as every other federal employee in every other office. And what you're saying is because you worked there, you're not going to get those protections. I'm telling you, it is very dangerous. And I can guarantee you the favor will be returned because that's how this place works. Right? You didn't like the other day that Trump houses were skipped in FEMA. I agree with you. It was unacceptable. They were specifically given less rights and privileges and available federal help because they supported the president. If Trump creates an office that later gets removed, those people who worked in that office should not get less protection. They shouldn't. But that's what you're now saying. You're now saying where we have political differences and policy differences, if you work in that office of political difference and policy difference, you're not going to be treated like every other federal employee. So it's not about keeping the federal government the same size. Don't mix the message here, because I'm with you on that. But I really think you should take the ranking member's amendment. It really doesn't change your bill. It just doesn't allow a new precedent to be started that we're creating different classes of federal employees.
Will the gentleman yield for a brief response?
Sure.
It's your time, correct?
It is.
Thank you. I think the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, made valid points earlier. He makes valid points now. And having read the sections and sentence that Mr. Moskowitz has referenced very specifically on page 6, paragraph 2 says no reassignment. The head of a federal agency that closes, terminates, and winds up a program or office under paragraph 1. Then there's subparagraphs A and B. Subparagraph B says may not transfer, reassign, or redesignate any employee or contractor with a position or function that is eliminated by operation of this subsection. And I believe that the gentleman is stating that if you close down a DEI department and you have a qualified employee that would like to transfer to the construction supervision department, that executive authority within that bureaucracy should be able to transfer that person from the DEI department to the other department. Is that correct?
If that job were available.
If that job was available, yes.
That would be a right that every other federal employee would have.
I concur with that concept, but the ranking member's amendment is far more broad. So I'm going to oppose the ranking member's amendment because it eliminates the entire section of 101. But if you were to offer an amendment, specifically what we're describing, I would support that amendment. I yield.
Everybody yield back. Any other members seek recognition? Mr. Cloud. Well, we was Moskowitz, now Mr. Cloud. Okay, Ms. Stansberry.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to rise in support of the amendment and reiterate, but also explicate a little bit on this concept. So, you learn a lot about a bill, not only by what it says, but by what it doesn't say. So if the explicit purpose of this bill like we're just going to take your logical argument here is to do away with these DEI offices, which you believe are not necessary, which obviously we disagree with on the premise. Then why not just be silent about what happens to federal employees that are involved in these offices? But the bill is not silent about them. The bill includes these phrases that the ranking member's amendment is striking because literally the bill has punitive outcomes for employees that work in these offices. And that is what this amendment is trying to strike, is the punitive measures that are put into place. I know that we've already read pieces of this, but one of the sections that it would strike says no reassignment. So the heads of a federal agency that closes, terminates, blah, 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 may not transfer, reassign, or redesignate an employee or contractor. So if this was just like, okay, we're going to shut these offices down, there's no reason to have punitive language to the employees that would work in these offices. But it doesn't just state it once, it states it twice in the bill. And that's why we're invoking McCarthyism, these blacklists. Like, these are folks who are being penalized for working in offices that deal with anything doing with diversity and helping work with our federal workforce to address these issues. So that is what the amendment is trying to achieve. I also want to just take a moment while we're on this topic, is almost all of the discussion today has been about the first several sections of the bill and basically the federal workforce. But if the stated purpose of this bill was really just about like, oh, we're going to, change the way the federal government does its DEI stuff, then why on earth does this bill include sections at the end that is tinkering with the entire financial sector? This bill has language in it that says that publicly traded companies on the stock market cannot use diversity as a measure of their boards. And it also says that stockbrokers and licensed folks who work in our financial system cannot engage with that. In addition to that, there's multiple sections in this bill that prohibit federal funding, whether it's grant money or it's money that would go to federal contractors who even discuss diversity. So there were some comments made here a moment ago about, we need to defend free speech. This bill is literally trying to regulate the free speech of the free market, private companies, the financial sector, nonprofits, and our federal agencies. So I appreciate the intent of trying to maybe make the federal workforce more streamlined if I was to give the benefit of the doubt to this. But this is a wholesale effort to basically do away with every initiative that has made it possible for women, people of color, and LGBTQ people to participate in the federal government, our financial sector, the military, nonprofits, and in the services that our federal government provides. So I find it laughable that we would even entertain the premise of it. I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding. Just going to go back to my point and conversation with Representative Higgins. What the ranking member's amendment does is that language that we just discussed, that identical language appears 3 times in the bill. It's not just there once. I pointed it out once, but it's there verbatim 3 times. So it just eliminates the identical language in the 3 places it's in the bill. It's in the bill 5 times. I stand corrected. It's in the bill 5 times, but it eliminates the identical language. And let me just again go back. You guys won the White House. You're going to be in charge of this. You're going to be the one deciding if they get to transfer to a job. It's going to be Trump people who will get to approve that. All we're saying is don't make them second-class federal employees. Don't create a new subsect of federal class employee. That's what we're saying to you. Your bill is going to move out of this committee, but this is a weakness in your bill.
Any other members seek recognition?
I yield back.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Cloud.
First of all, I just wanted to thank the ranking member for your kind and generous acknowledgement of history and what Republicans have done in the past to work on this issue. I had thought to bring that up because there's been allegations like we would not want history taught in schools. I would actually want all of history taught in schools. You know, I don't view this as I realize it has political undertones. I think this is an issue of the human condition and heart that needs to be addressed more than a political one, although I'm not ambivalent to the political undertones here. But anyway, in an effort to not raise the temperature, I had not brought that up, but I appreciate you bringing that up and acknowledging that. I also appreciate the intent and what you're stating on the federal workforce. I would be happy to work with you on that. I do think that this amendment goes beyond that on the reassignment provision. If this were, for example, to be the last line of this amendment, strike section 502A2, that would be something I could support. But in its current state, and again, we did not get an advanced copy of this, so we're dissecting this live, but it seems to also prohibit the reduction in force, which if we have agencies, if we have workforce that again are not required by the American people, I don't think that federal workforce should be discriminated because they worked in a certain agency. In the same way, I don't think that the American people who, while I appreciate the federal government, my first allegiance is always going to be to the American people. I don't think the federal or the American people should have to have the burden of hiring and funding someone just for the sake of them getting preference and priority in transferring. So if we could limit it to that, you know, I could accept that, or we could work. I'd be happy to work with you, but in its current state, I would have to oppose the amendment.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but thank you kindly for the offer. I see what you mean about the language about closing and terminating and undertaking appropriate reduction in force. Of course, if that language is gone, still the whole operative meaning of the bill is to close the program and the office. But you know, that's language that could presumably be, you know, preserved or put someplace else. But what we're talking about is just the impact on federal workers who've done nothing wrong other than their jobs. Presumably, if they did something wrong, they could be terminated for those reasons. But those people, they're not guaranteed a job, but they should have the same opportunities as other federal workers, potentially to be transferred or reassigned to another lawful purpose. What you're creating here with the legislation is a statement that this is no longer a lawful purpose to be engaged in various activities you've enumerated. So I'm happy to work with you on that. I don't think it's necessary to say that the workforce can be reduced, because obviously it will be if the program's closed, but no problem there. Happy to yield back.
Any other
Thank you,
members
sir.
seek recognition? Seeing none. The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Raskin from Maryland. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question is now.
Could I just seek a roll call vote on that, Mr. Chairman?
Okay. A recorded vote is ordered as previously announced. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Do any other members wish to speak? Ms. Presley.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Have the clerk will distribute the amendment to all members. We will pause so that members have a chance to read the amendment.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 8706 as offered by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts.
I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves a point of order. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Ms. Presley from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
My amendment is straightforward, Mr. Chair. The text of it reads, quote, on page 30, line 22, application to HBCUs. Nothing in this section shall be construed to prevent the maintenance and funding of historically Black colleges and universities, end quote. This amendment would exempt HBCUs from the federal ban that this bill places on funding for institutions that acknowledge racial oppression. As everyone on this committee can read, this bill prohibits funding for DEI practices, and it defines prohibited DEI practices very broadly, including banning the acknowledgement of racial oppression. Thus, for Title IV of this bill, it bans any organization that recognizes racial oppression from receiving grant funding. This has a direct impact on our nation's HBCUs. HBCUs were founded to provide higher education opportunities to Black Americans who were denied access due to slavery and segregation and systemic racism. These institutions are pillars of resilience, history, and excellence. Many of our congressional aides, and in fact, our congressional colleagues, are graduates from HBCUs. HBCUs enroll and graduate a diverse student population, including first-generation college students and those from low-income families. While they make up only 3% of colleges and universities, they produce nearly 20% of all Black graduates. And they accomplish this feat despite chronic underfunding. This Republican bill, the Dismantling DEI Act, would result in HBCUs being banned from receiving federal grant funding. HBCU professors, researchers, and students would be cut off if this bill passes as it is currently written. That is why my amendment is necessary to protect HBCUs. I'd also like to add that some of the oldest HBCUs are in Cheney and Lincoln in Pennsylvania, Wilberforce in Ohio, and UDC right here in the District of Columbia. Each of them was first created before the Civil War and the Emancipation Proclamation. Further, several of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have HBCUs in their home states, including Chairman Comer and many of those serving on this committee. There are HBCUs in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas. All stand to be harmed by this legislation. But it's not just the schools who will suffer. It's the professors who teach at them, the students who enroll, the community members who live near them, and the entire country that benefits from HBCU success. Finally, when it comes to our bottom line, HBCUs generate $16.5 billion in direct national impact across the country. If they were a company, they would be placed in the top 50 of Fortune 500 companies when it comes to job creation. And that is why this amendment is necessary to protect our HBCUs, and I urge my colleagues to support them through this amendment.
Gentlelady yields back.
Yeah.
I'll recognize myself.
One moment, sir.
All right. Chair recognizes Mr. Cloud to speak on the amendment.
I have no opposition to this. And as a former member of the Ag Committee, have supported funding for this. And so I do not see an issue with this amendment.
All right. Any other members seek recognition?
Support it.
You asked.
Yes, I'd like to request yeas and nays, and thank you.
All right. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. The question is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Presley. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
I request the yeas in appointed voter.
A recorded vote is ordered by Ms. Presley. As previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed.
Presley again.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment to all members.
Okay, that's okay.
Oh, they're ready.
This is going to take a minute.
Yeah.
I'm not ready.
That's okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Well, yes, you weren't here yet.
reserve
Ready?
point of order, sir.
Point of
Okay.
order is reserved by Mr. Higgins. We're distributing the amendment.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
The second amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 8706 is offered by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts.
The amendment is considered read. I now recognize Ms. Presley.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment seeks to ensure that this legislation does not erase or ignore the undeniable history of systemic racism in our country. It adds a section to the top of the bill that is a straightforward acknowledgement that, quote, the federal government has implemented policies that perpetuate systemic racism, end quote. Systemic racism refers to a network of public policies, institutional practices, cultural norms, and social structures that work together to maintain racial inequities. This is not a matter of opinion, it is a matter of fact that originates in the founding of this nation and has implications to this very day. Our government has been deeply intertwined with this system, from enshrining slavery and the Three-Fifths Compromise into the United States Constitution to implementing redlining, segregation, and other discriminatory policies based on race. Now, I know that talking about the existence of racism in America makes some uncomfortable, but remember, this is a bill that you all brought up. So to my colleagues, let me just say that acknowledging these truths is not an act of blame. It is an act of responsibility. We must take responsibility. If you are serious about ending reverse racism, you need to acknowledge that it exists in the first place. And that means voting in favor of this amendment.
Gentlelady yields back. I'll recognize myself. Oppose the amendment, which adds a rule of construction to the bill's amendments to the Civil Rights Act to state that nothing in the bill should be interpreted as denying that the federal government has implemented policies that perpetuate systematic racism. Nothing in the bill speaks to the issue. Therefore, no rule of construction is necessary. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none. The question is on the amendment number 2 offered by Ms. Presley. All those in favor?
Yeah.
All those?
I'm sorry, can I be recognized?
That. Are you seeking recognition to
Yes,
speak?
yes, Mr. Chairman.
I thought we'd already recognized you to speak. I guess somebody, can you yield Ms. Presley time?
May
Mr.
I?
Mfume?
Chairman, yeah, I would yield time to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Mfume yields his time to Ms. Presley.
Thank you. Ignoring systemic racism will not make it go away. By supporting this amendment, Congress can acknowledge a truth and set us on a path to fairness, justice, and progress for all. If Republicans are genuinely interested in denying racism exists against Black people, Indigenous people, and all people of color, it is a reflection of your values and explains the policies they put forth, including this bill. Now, we acknowledge that progress has been made. The progress is real and worth celebrating, but that doesn't mean that our work is done. Recognizing injustices and their impacts is essential to building on that progress and ensuring that it lasts. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion? Seeing none? Yes.
I just want a point of clarification here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are addressing, this bill is being proposed to address reverse racism, yet we're not willing to acknowledge racism.
What, just a point? What are you doing here?
I'm asking for
Megan.
clarification. If the bill that, the amendment that Ms. Presley is proposing suggests that we just simply acknowledge that racism exists, and the fundamental point of your legislation is to deal with reverse racism, then I should ask you, what are we doing here?
I would assume you're asking Ms. Presley the question.
No, I'm asking you.
Did you might as well ask Ms. Presley the question?
Well, maybe I should ask the author of this legislation, Mr. Cloud.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. I was reading.
Okay, just trying to get clarity here. If we cannot agree that racism exists, but this legislation you're proposing is to deal with reverse racism, why are we here?
I think you answered the question in your question.
I don't think I did. Reverse racism is included in the language, yet
Racism
you do
is
not want
racism.
to acknowledge that racism exists, which is simply Ms. Presley's request here.
We have discussed that over and over. There's been no denouncement or statement that racism doesn't exist. We've talked about the fact that it indeed does, and it's a horrible condition of the human heart of some people that still does exist.
So you are supportive of Ms. Presley's amendment then? It sounds like you are.
This rule of construction that's, by the way, being given to us at the last minute, one, us coming through figuring out what the intended consequences are, as these were not submitted in advance, as my bill was, is one of the challenges. There's no legal definition of what systemic racism is. I think we would want to talk about what government, what policies, and all those sort of things. So this is a pretty broad statement that I'm not sure I could support in the time I have to look at this.
I will yield to Ms. Presley.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Ohio. This bill is all about racism, which is exactly why my amendment is relevant. And the congressional record needs a clear vote on my amendment so that the American people will know where members of this committee stand on this issue. For all people who know racism exists and want to end it, I urge you to vote yes. I yield back.
All right. Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Chairman, setting aside the rule of construction in the interest for transparent and candid response to my colleagues' query, the amendment is poorly written. It uses past tense and current tense on the same subject matter without indicating a shift in time. You're not just saying in a statement that we acknowledge that racism is a part of human nature and exists as part of the human construct. Of course, the corruption is born of the heart of man, not the mechanisms of man. Every one of us would recognize that racism exists throughout human history, in every culture, in every land. The sun never sets, nor has it, on some manifestation of racism throughout the history of man. Yes, there you go. Statement and Oversight Committee, part of the historical record now. But your amendment, the good lady has introduced an amendment, which I oppose because it's very poorly written, and it's quite condemning of the American people and American society. What her amendment is saying is that prior acts of our nation and our forefathers before us have perpetuated systemic racism that currently exists in our country. You're asking us to say that America is systemically racist, and that's not the same as saying that just admit that racism exists, which is what you're stating when you discuss this. But in writ, it's quite different. So I oppose the amendment. Appreciate the effort, but no.
Any other member seek recognition? Mr. Ask.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a fascinating colloquy now, and I wanted to just suggest one thought for Mr. Higgins. I actually think this is a very well-written amendment. It says nothing in this act shall be construed to deny that the federal government has implemented policies that perpetuate systemic racism. And I'll give you one good example, Mr. Higgins. I think
it doesn't say has implemented policies that have perpetuated systemic racism, nor does it say has implemented policies that have perpetuated racism. It identifies systemic racism.
Can I give you
and past tense versus current?
I'm happy to have inaudibly yielded to you on that point. But let me just reclaim my time for one sec, because I want to suggest a really excellent book for people who are interested in just this question of how the federal government itself has implemented policies that indeed perpetuate, in the present tense, systemic racism. The book is called The Color of Law, A Forgotten History of How Our Government Segregated America. And it's about federal housing policy and the FHA and veterans policy, all of which deliberately segregated America and deliberately gave certain kinds of benefits to whites that were not available to blacks, and then deliberately and consciously redlined areas. I read it, I think about, 6 or 7 years ago, so forgive me for not being able to detail more precisely what it's talking about. But the author, Richard Rothstein, explains how federal housing policies in the 1940s and 50s explicitly mandated segregation and destroyed the capacity of African-American families to be in integrated neighborhoods and of white families to be in integrated neighborhoods. That was a deliberate policy. So, I mean, it would be nice to believe that when the 13th Amendment was adopted and slavery was abolished and the 14th Amendment was passed, that everything was okay. There was an effort in the Reconstruction, and again with the radical Republicans' efforts to transfer resources to the recently freed population to lift people up who had been downtrodden by law for centuries. But then Reconstruction was undone, and we got into Jim Crow and poll taxes, literacy tests, grandfather clauses, and the whole system of inequality in the law, which lasted at least up until the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, but it didn't end there either. And so there's a real history to it, and I think that's what makes all of these issues so difficult. And I know that there is a theory which is, well, let's not focus on it, let's wave a magic wand and say everything's okay, as opposed to continuing to engage in inclusive and open efforts to redress the injuries of the past and to move forward. And look, I agree with people who think that, bureaucracies are awkward. All bureaucracies are awkward. There's no doubt about that. Everybody finds bureaucracy awkward, but what the process we've been going through as a country is far better than what we've seen in other places in the world. like racial stratification and violence and tribal violence and apartheid and all of those things. So this is what we get in the greatest multiracial, multicultural, multi-ethnic constitutional democracy, efforts to be conscious of the past and to move forward. So I like Ms. Presley's amendment. I think it's actually very well worded, and I definitely plan to vote for it. And I'm happy to yield.
Will the
And
gentleman,
I will yield to the author of the amendment.
To my colleagues, let me just reiterate again that acknowledging these truths is not an act of blame. This is not a blame amendment. It's just simply an act of responsibility. So let's take the responsibility.
Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none.
sorry, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Have you already been recognized, Ms. Stansbury, on this amendment?
Not on this.
Okay.
amendment, No, Mr.
I
Chairman.
recognize Ms. Stansbury for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do have to say that I could not have imagined that I would be debating the existence of racism this morning. I did not have that on my bingo card. But I just want to point out the irony of the debate that we're having right now, because there's been some discussion again this morning about free speech. And when you read the actual underlying bill as it is introduced, the bill is seeking to essentially make it illegal for the federal government and federal employees to discuss racism in the workplace. And so the irony is we're having a conversation here in the committee room that would probably be prohibited by the bill itself. That's what the bill is trying to stop, is having these kinds of conversations.
Will the
So
gentlelady
I just
yield?
want to point that out, and I yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield?
No, he was asking.
I think I have time, actually. Chairman, do I have time?
Yes. Recognize Mr. Cloud.
That's a misstatement, while maybe well-intended. What this does say is that if you're a federal contractor, you cannot force your employees to attend DEI training. You can't make them sign a paper that says that they recognize that they are from a privileged race, or all these things are happening. It does not prohibit a discussion about people. The freedom of speech will still exist at companies all over the place, will still exist at contractors, at any organization getting a grant. So I think you're overstating what this bill does in that regard.
Okay, gentlemen, would you allow me a moment, yield me a moment for me to read the language of the bill?
Sure.
Okay. Multiple places in the bill specifically makes it illegal for the federal government to enter into agreements, to provide grant funding, to otherwise engage with public, private, or nonprofit entities that do the following. And this is the exact language. Maintain an office relating to diversity, equity, or inclusion, maintaining or employing a chief diversity officer or substantially similar officer, developing, implementing, distributing, publishing, or purchasing a training course relating to diversity, equity, inclusion, or accessibility, which is folks with disabilities, critical theory relating to race or gender. You're not even allowed to talk about intersectionality, folks, sexual orientation or gender identity.
I'll take back my time.
But that's what the bill actually says, you guys.
The
It
key
says it
provision was the
multiple
first
places.
part. The key provision was the first part. No taxpayer funds will go to. It does not prohibit those things from happening. If you own a business and you want to have a DEI office, you can have a DEI office, but we're not going to make the American taxpayer pay for it. That's simply what it says. Not funding something is not prohibiting something.
All right. Now we're ready to vote. Good deal. The question is on the amendment number 2 offered by Ms. Presley. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No.
Request a recorded vote.
In the opinion of the chair, a recorded vote has been requested by Ms. Presley. As previously announced, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does Ms. Presley seek recognition? You seek more recognition? Oh, we're done. Good deal. All right, Ms. Stansbury, do you seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment to all the members.
Can I reserve a point of order?
And Mr. Cloud reserves a point of order.
Okay, thank you.
What a pleasure. How's it going? Are, are you canvassing for Lauren Boebert right now? It looks like you're not going to enjoy it. Well, we all love her. We all love her. You don't need to waste your time with us. We should beam her in to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Does everyone have the amendment? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8076 as offered by Ms. Stansbury of New Mexico.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Cloud reserved a point of order. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I do thank my colleagues across the aisle for what has been an interesting journey this morning to discuss the history of this country and how we continue our long march on the road to justice and equity. The purpose of this amendment is to try to get at protecting the federal workforce. We know from hearings that we've had in this committee over the last several months as authors of Project 2025, even including one of the chapters was written by a recent appointee nominee to be in Trump's cabinet, that part of the plan of Project 2025 in the Trump administration is to purge the federal workforce. And when you read the actual text of the underlying bill, it appears that this is one of the tools that they're using to purge the federal workforce. Of course, it goes much farther, as has been discussed this morning. It also interferes with the military, which of course is also part of the federal workforce, but also the private sector. It's looking to regulate what the private sector does, including boards of federally traded stock market traded companies, publicly traded companies, as well as folks who work in the financial markets. So what this amendment would do is simple. It would strike the entire bill and all that follows, and it would replace it with very simple language to protect our federal employees. Federal employees shall be selected and advanced on the basis of competence rather than political or personal favoritism, and no executive branch agency may take action counter to the intent of the law or against the fundamental rights of federal workers who comprise the civil service. And in many ways, this is just a reaffirmation of existing federal employment law, which it's important to note was put in place largely a number of the protections that this bill attacks, not only through the Civil Rights Act to make it possible to make our federal workforce more diverse, but also to protect federal employees after Richard Nixon tried to purge the federal workforce. And so we've seen this playbook before. We saw in the 1950s with McCarthyism. We saw it during Nixon's tenure in the White House when he tried to purge the federal workforce. This is like a reboot. This is like the new season. This is the new reality TV show. And if you needed any evidence of the fact that we're living in a reality TV show, look at some of the nominees who've been nominated to be the heads of these agencies. So, we just want to make sure we're protecting the federal workforce and that our reality TV cabinet secretaries don't go after them. And that's what this amendment is all about.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Mr. Chair, I invoke my point of order based on germaneness.
State your point.
Raise a point of order on germaneness.
Okay, I'm prepared to rule. The amendment is not germane to the bill, therefore the amendment is not in order. For what purpose does Mr. Frost seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment to all members. Am I supposed to say that? No.
R 8706 is offered by Mr. Frost of Florida.
With that objection, The amendment is considered as read. I observe a point of order. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, before I talk about my amendment, just want to be clear, my amendment is going to focus specifically on veterans serving in the federal government from the harms of this bill. But I oppose the impact of the underlying bill, the impacts that the underlying bill will have on every single employee in the federal government. Today, veterans make up more than 30% of the workforce, according to OPM. That's over 636,000 people who have served their country in uniform and continue to do it as civilians. HR 8706 would completely overturn 150 years of precedent for supporting our veterans. The government has a long-standing, careful, considered procedures for orderly reductions in force dating back to 1944 with the enactment of the Veterans Preference Act. These procedures are codified and implemented through OPM regulations, building on a principle established far back as the Civil War, that veterans who have sacrificed for this country should be given preference in federal hiring and retention. The law requires that any reduction in force from the government, that we retain, quote, equally qualified, end quote, veterans over others. Under this misguided bill, a qualified veteran could immediately be fired for simply working in a diversity, equity, and inclusion office, regardless of their combat service, disability status, or their decades of exemplary performance, or their proven value to the agency. You could just imagine a veteran who served in combat, became disabled, worked 30 years in the federal service, spent the final few weeks, final few months, final few years working in a DEI office. Under this bill, that veteran would be immediately terminated without any opportunity to demonstrate their value to the agency. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to ensure reductions in force comply with the law, respect veterans' preference, and uphold the principles of good governance.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, and I certainly appreciate the gentleman's intent in this. Both sides of the aisle certainly respect those who've served in uniform. I'm proud to represent a district that has, so it's a place people flock to because of how our community supports veterans. I have a concern about this and would love to work with you on it, but my concerns are of a technical nature in us getting at this at the last minute to understand the potential unintended consequences. Very specifically, I could speak to the provision that says Code of Federal Regulations. We do not have the time in the moment to go through the entire Code of Regulations related to this and see what is there, not to mention that could change tomorrow without Congress doing anything. So we certainly want to protect veterans. I do not think that this would negate the longstanding status quo we have toward veterans. But at the moment, I think we'd have to object to this until we could work that out. But I'd certainly be happy to work with you on making sure that we get the intent of what you're doing before this goes to the floor.
Gentleman yields back. Any other member seek recognition? Seeing none. The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Frost from Florida. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion you share, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested by Mr. Frost, as previously announced. Further proceedings on the question will be postponed. For what purpose does Ms. Brown seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will distribute the amendment to all members.
Let me double check. Checking notes. Perfect.
Word.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Statement, if you'd like.
This is it. Everybody have the amendment? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 8706 is offered by Ms. Brown of Ohio.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. I reserve a point of order. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill completely contradicts the vision and principles of this nation and would erode the federal government's enforcement of non-discrimination protections in communities that are uniquely underserved. It will strip the federal government of a workforce focused on the mission of their agency and ensuring an inclusive, positive, and safe workplace for all employees. And to make matters worse, it would force federal agencies to close down all federal offices that operate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, fire employees who work in those positions, and prevent them from finding a new job elsewhere in the federal government. My amendment would ensure any employee or contractor from an underserved community in danger of getting removed from federal service is afforded appropriate opportunities to remain in federal service pursuant with current federal law. On February 16, 2023, President Biden issued an executive order that sought to build a federal workforce that reflects the fabric of our nation and deliver resources and benefits to the American people consistent with the needs of the public. This landmark executive order ensures equity for people that belong to communities that have been systematically denied equal treatment under the law. That includes employees who are from communities of color, individuals from communities that face discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, and gender, including LGBTQ+ people, individuals who face discrimination based on pregnancy or pregnancy-related conditions, parents and caregivers, individuals who belong to communities that face discrimination based on their religion or disability, people who live in rural communities, and veterans and military spouses, first-generation professionals or college students, immigrants, people with limited English proficiency, and the formerly incarcerated or individuals facing employment barriers based on older age. The people who fall under these categories are your friends, your neighbors. They are also federal employees. HR 8706 would fire people simply because they had the misfortune to work at an office that our majority doesn't like. The bill as written would mean that a pregnant woman who is already likely to face persistent discrimination in the workplace would be fired simply on the basis that they worked for a federal or contracting office that supports diversity, equity, and inclusion activities. It would mean that a person who lives in a rural town would be let go with no possibility of reassignment just because they worked in a diversity, equity, and inclusion office. It would eradicate positions for people with disabilities who currently work in these programs, regardless of their level in the office, who are making progress towards Equal Employment Opportunity Commission's rules to make up 12% of the federal workforce. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund stating its concerns with HR 8706 and its potential effect on federal workers with disabilities and broader disabilities community.
Without objection to ordered.
Thank you. It would allow the firing of LGBTQ+ people for the sole reason that they took a position that upholds a mission of building a federal workforce that reflects the communities it serves. And it would coldly fire veterans and their spouses who make up more than 30% of all federal employees with no possibility of reassignment because they want to continue serving their country in a different capacity. This legislation would provide a chilling downstream effect across federal agencies in all offices and federal workers across all levels of government. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the American Federation of Government Employees statement against HR 8706, in which they write, and I quote, "While AFG certainly applauds any legislative proposal to curb and eliminate employment discrimination in the federal workplace, we regard HR 8706 as actually setting back that cause, not advancing it. Under the broad pretext of combating discrimination, which has long been illegal, HR 8706 would, if acted eliminate virtually all agency initiatives currently in place to develop and maintain a dignified, respectful, and safe workplace that enables federal agencies to carry out laws and directives in a professional and efficient manner. Without objection.
Without
Thank you.
objection, so
Okay.
ordered.
Our nation's strength is in its diversity. Our federal workforce must embody that strength. This bill exemplifies our nation's weaknesses. For these reasons, I respectfully ask my colleagues to support this amendment, which will protect dedicated workers in our federal government.
Ladies, time's expired. I'll recognize myself. Ms. Brown's amendment adds a new section to the end of the bill that, in the name of fighting discrimination, entrenches discrimination in favor of a host of specially defined groups. We should all be able to agree to be against all forms of discrimination. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. Do any other members seek
We
recognition?
should all be able to agree racism exists.
Do any other members seek recognition? Mr. Cloud.
I'll just say I concur with the chairman. This amendment, in the name of non-discrimination, actually would be, if adopted, systemic racism in excluding people from a cut of an agency based on all these determinant factors that we've discussed all day. It would be very concerning if this were to pass. And I will just point out that no matter how many times it is said that this bill prohibits people from continuing and ever working in the workforce, you can say it 1,000 times and it will be as untrue on the 1,000th time as it was the first time. People can still reapply. This bill simply eliminates offices that are not providing value to the American taxpayer. It's probably one initiative of 100 or more that need to happen for us to get back to some sort of fiscal restraint, which is maybe our #1 national security issue that this country is facing. And so with that, I will yield back to the
Any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment offered by Ms. Brown. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the
Okay, y'all. Y'all just saw that debate. It was, I would say, very intense. There's a lot of disagreement with the DEI bill. There was a lot of agreements for the DEI bill. But as you guys saw the debate, there was a lot of excuses behind why they want to dismantle the DEI bill, because let's be for real. They feel they don't want equality for certain American people, especially Black Americans. Let's be honest, they're not going to say that out front, but that's what they meant. They feel like the bill is giving us too many opportunities. And they feel like we're just getting these jobs because we're a person of color or we're Black. And that's simply not true. If that was true, I would have gotten a job easily at a tech company, like straight up easy. Like what they're saying is BS. That's not what the DEI is for. It's to make sure that people of color and Black people get equal opportunities when it comes to getting jobs. It doesn't guarantee them a job. It just makes sure that they have an equal footing in these jobs that they qualify for. And they want to make it seem like we're just so unfit, so unqualified. No, we have to have some kind of qualification in order to get these jobs. Like, come on now, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But Annabellum, I see you down there. Do you want to come up? Do you feel like you want to share your thoughts on this on this topic because I feel like it, this is a bunch of BS coming from the Republican mega side. I feel like they're just making up excuses to dismantle because they really want to set us back before the Civil Rights Bill even started. And it's just like what the Democrats said. If these qualified employees get terminated once the DEI is dismantled, this would not guarantee them a government job or any other job after they have been fired. And that sucks because they want to make it seem like they can come back when the bill clearly states that they could not get another government job, let alone another job. Go ahead, Anti.
So what they were saying regarding reverse racism, what he's basically saying is he's gaslighting racism by upholding white supremacy, white nationalism. Okay. So he purposely tried to make Miss Brown feel like she's dumb, tried to question her question when he had an agenda. That's what he had. He tried to make her feel like she doesn't know what she's talking about, that she needs to basically quote unquote educate herself on what on what the lady was trying to propose, on what the author tried to propose. Okay, but the thing is, it's the responsibility to protect our rights, to protect our amendment. That way we don't face the issues, the systemic inequities that we had faced pre-civil rights era.
That's before we were ever born.
Exactly. Before that we were ever born. Or pre rights for women, things like that. That was what she wanted him to acknowledge. Like, how is it that you want us to not quote unquote practice reverse racism when you refuse to acknowledge racism? How does that work? How does that work when you refuse to acknowledge racism, xenophobia, misogyny, social class, things of that nature? Like, how do you want us to agree upon that when you continue to practice that by generalizing all Black people and discriminating against them, accusing them of being from certain cultures? You're showing your ignorance. You're showing your cultural ignorance. You're showing your discrimination. You're showing the xenophobia. You're showing everything, and we're sick and tired of that BS. We really are, and you need to stop it. Like, literally, you need to stop it.
You know, there's no such thing as reverse racism, right?
There is none. The reverse racism is simply white nationalism. That's what it is. It's simply white supremacy. It's no such thing as reverse racism. Is just a way to gaslight people of Black people and people of color.
What we went through.
Yeah, it's a way to Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's a way to gaslight our oppression,
yes,
our struggles in this country, and what we have been through. They're trying to make it as we never been through that, but trying to minimize it, and they feel like they're oppressed. But the definition is, if their oppression is, I don't want equality, I don't want everybody to be on the same plane level field. I don't want to be in competition with these people, quote unquote.
Yeah,
You know?
because they are what they're in fear of is that they are in fear of a brown America. That's what they're in fear of.
Mhm.
This is why they wanted to get TikTok banned. This is why they frown upon interracial relationships. White supremacists, they don't want interracial relationships. They don't want black love. Anything that has to do with our image or that includes our image, that's what they don't want. And what this man, this orange orangutan MAGA rat wanted to propose
Mhm.
is his ultimate goal is to enforce fascist agenda. It's to enforce white supremacist, white nationalist agenda, to erase people of color, blacks, Asians, Hispanic, whatever. All of y'all are in the same bucket. So when y'all come up in here, try to vote for Trump, this orange orangutan dude, what you're basically you're not understanding, he's going to exercise racism and everything else onto you too. You're not special. You're not no diamond in a rough. You're not getting anything. It's so stupid how people of other cultures think that because they're much lighter than us, they're much, or they have a whole different type of culture and race and things like that, that they can have a one up on us. It doesn't work like that. What they're trying to do is what the reds and the blues are trying to do with each other is they're trying to out white each other. That's basically what it all comes down to. I'm perceived as more whiter than you, so I'll get the better end of the stick. No, because there's a thing called assimilation. No, there's a thing called social class. No, there's other things that go into the situation. So before you try to open your beak, you better look at the fact that you're still not white. You can try to blind us by thinking that you are, simply because we may not be around other cultures like that. We may not be as culturally salient, but that doesn't negate the fact that you're still not one of them. Even if you still genetically or phenotypically or whatever, you're not the true power holders of the country. Those that have their way in the system, that can abuse the system, they hold the power. They get to determine that, and they can revoke your privileges simply because they can. So y'all need to wake up. Y'all need to realize that they were never for you. You are just a number. You are just a stat to them. You're just a diversity quota to them. In addition to talent, yes, with the DEI, yes, it's supposed to grant equality. It's supposed to celebrate um our talents and what we're capable of. But at the end of the day, in the eyes of America, in the eyes of the white supremacists, they're just viewing you as a diversity quota to fill in, to make it seem like they're not racist, but they are.
Yeah.
That's what they don't realize. So
That's the
if
whole
you don't
trick.
if you don't see this, F around, you're gonna find out, and you're finding out today. Keep playing around, F around, you're gonna find out.
And another thing, nobody's gonna receive their holiday bonus. Nobody.
Exactly.
If you're
Exactly.
if you're working under your employer, you're not receiving a holiday bonus.
Of course.
You might as well say goodbye to that, because it's going to the tariffs. The tariffs that you believe that Donald Trump is going to make other countries pay for that. They ain't going to pay for that. Why are they going to pay for it when you're buying? That doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly. It don't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
And Donald Trump, on his campaign, Donald Trump lied the whole way through, and you guys fell for it.
We
So
fell
I don't
for
feel
it.
sorry for him.
They fell
I
for
don't
it
feel sorry
because
for them.
they fell for it because they felt that if they ignored all his dirty deeds, they felt that if they ignored all the abuse that he has done to people of color and what he got away with women, especially what he done to black women, Omarosa, etc. If they felt that, okay, well, what if he's saying that I'm going to get opportunities, if I'm going to get close to wealth, things of that nature, then they think that it's worth it. No, they think they were delusional to believe that they're going to get close to power. They're going to get close to wealth. They're going to get a seat at a racist table if they voted for his ass. And then they effed around and find out that you're just in the same bucket. He was just using other cultures to make you feel special, when in actuality you're not. This is what racists use. What racists do is that they try to socially other groups of people, other groups of minorities that the world that they feel that the world doesn't care about, and then plan that attack on them. And then once you uh support this person, they're going to also do that to you. It's just a way to make to try to, I don't want to say love bomb, but try to give you a false sense of importance, to give you like this false sense of specialty, but you're
All
not.
right. But here's
You're
the thing.
not. Mhm.
I was telling when I started this live, I was telling African Americans, have your documents together because they're going to mistake you for Haitians and Africans, because the blacks that came here from other countries such as the Caribbean, Haiti, wherever they from, they're going to get deported because they don't have citizenship. And even if their children have citizenship, they're going back with them. So as I am speaking today, they're going to mistake us as these other blacks that come from other countries. They are not going to care if we're born citizens here. They're just looking at your skin tone. That's all they care about.
And
And they're going
features.
to and
Yeah.
features, and they're going to send you back to a land that you never came from.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what he's proposing. That is what he's proposing. Yeah, a one world order. That's basically what it is. And we fell for that. And the majority of these people, they fell for it. And they felt that, oh, like, they're going to get something out of the deal. They're going to get opportunities. They're going to get this. But no, they effed around and they found out. And this is the result of it. Like I said, a person that is exercising hatred towards a certain group, they're going to spill hatred towards you. It's just a tactic to make you feel like you're actually important, but you're not. You're under the same boat. They just want to see how they're just watching and laughing behind your back to see how stupid, how dumb you're going to fall for it. And the majority of them fell for it. So it shows their ignorance. It shows how dumb they were.
Exactly. So, it's like I said, I better hope we're not caught in the crossfire, because anybody could say, "Oh, we have illegal here. They're from this country and such," and they
It
could
doesn't
report
matter.
your address, and the ICE or whoever is gonna be knocking on your door, like that Hispanic lady that they bust into her door
Mm-hmm.
and told her to go outside because they
Yeah.
thought she was illegal when she was just helping seniors to vote. They went they raided her house. So the whole moral of the story is that be careful who you vote for. because it's not going to work out in your favor. There's going to be a lot of people he's going to try to mass port of a lot of people back into their homeland, and Black Americans are going to be caught in the crossfire because there's this one man. He was being interviewed by this male reporter. He said he wants to make America white.
Exactly. That's the whole agenda, to whiten America, because they don't want to see a brown America. They don't want to see that. They don't want to see a brown America. They don't want to see a yellow America. They don't want us to see a non-white America, because they see the influx of people of color actually making it. People of color becoming entrepreneurs. People of color are getting opportunities to be on mainstream television. They don't want to see that. It's like you're
You
getting
see
rights. Go ahead.
that you see that they're already complaining. You remember 2 years ago they complained about Holly Bailey making doing the Little Mermaid, right?
Yeah.
They were complaining about that. And they were complaining about recently with Denzel Washington in the new Gladiator movie. They were complaining about him playing a Roman emperor or something like that. I don't know what he's playing, but there's a lot of racism, a lot of systemic racism involving Black people.
Yeah. It's a lot of racism that is happening, and you just have to understand that those roles that they were granted, it wasn't a walk in the park. It was not. But
No.
but it symbolized the fact that we can accomplish them. We can accomplish the unthinkable. We can do it, and we do a damn great job at doing it. So from what we can take from this is, you got to prepare yourself and have global options. Have global options. This country, they will never respect us because of the systemic inequities and the stigmatism that is attached to being Black, or being other people, or being a person of color, or being of a certain gender, or being of a certain class, etc., etc. This is what we have to deal with. We're going to have to globally expand ourselves. And right now is just, I'm planning my future. Once I finish getting my master's degree, I'm going to plan my future to just be elsewhere where I am accepted, and that I don't face these issues. Now, is every country perfect? No. But will you be accepted regardless of your gender or your race or what have you? Yes. It's just not here. And we have to come into terms that we're never going to get the acceptance that we deserve. We're not. And these are cases with Halle Bailey when she did The Mermaid, and other actors that had Oscars, or got granted nominations for playing these very uh um well respected roles. So
You know, they never. Most Black people that are country singers, including Beyonce, never got a nomination from the CMAs.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
They don't acknowledge her, and they don't acknowledge Black CMA country stars because of we
Their race.
already know. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
because
already.
yeah, they don't acknowledge K Michelle. They didn't acknowledge this other rapper and things like that, because
You
it's
mean
fixed.
Little Nas X?
Not yeah, Little Nas X, and there's this other rapper who he had dreads and everything. But yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, it's rigged. It's rigged to protect them, and they're sad, and they're basically crying their white tears that, oh, like, it's not about me anymore. Oh no, like, how dare you?
Oh, they
But
were definitely criticizing Beyonce. Oh my goodness.
yeah, they definitely were criticizing her and everything, but it just goes to show you, don't put your eggs in one basket with this country, okay? Because unfortunately, you still have people that are ignorant enough to vote against their interest and blindly believe that they are not like other groups. They're so special and that they're going to get the benefits over someone else that could have actually protected them. And then this is the result of their ignorance. This is the result of them ignoring a racist, of them ignoring a misogynist, of them ignoring the fact that he is a known rapist, ignoring the fact that he has so many convictions and pending felons. They ignored all of that just because they wanted to have their seat at a racist table. A seat. You're not even,
Oh, Cherry.
you don't even own the table. That's the thing. You're fighting for a
Yeah,
seat at the table, and then you end up getting nothing at it. You're treated as subhuman. You're treated as someone from the three-fifths compromise. That's what it is. But you don't want to acknowledge that because you decided to be delusional. And what they say illusion is bliss, right? Well, this is the result. Don't blame us for that.
this one judge, and he's a black judge. I know you probably heard of him. His name is his name is what's his name? Clarence Thomas. Is that his name? He's a
Clarence
judge.
Thomas.
Yeah, he was he was I'm not gonna say allegedly.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say allegedly.
Mhm.
He was accused allegedly of raping this black woman back in the 90s. She was his secretary before he was appointed a Supreme Court judge.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
a lot of people were on his side, and they were victim blaming her for blaming him for essaying her.
Mhm.
And I was like, you guys are not going to even investigate it?
No, they don't. No, that's yeah. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, if she was a white woman, they would have hung him. But since she was a black woman, they didn't care.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of misogyny, a misogynoir, should I
Hmm.
say, within the community. Anything that happens to a black woman, or a woman of color, they blame her for that, and they blame her harshly for what a perpetrator has done to her. Black women will
Yeah,
never be protected, never, never, because you
yeah,
would have expected your own I don't want to say blood sister, but you would expect someone that is of a same race, a woman of the same race, to sympathize with you. But instead, what they did, they were attacking you for something that they never truly had evidence about. Who the only evidence that person had was that woman that gone through that. And they have the actual legal evidence to prove it. But this is what they did. They still wanted to attack a black woman, something that was out of her control. That's what I'm saying, black women. Like you're not gonna get much at the end of the stick in this country, because there is no sisterhood, there is no solidarity among your own. Because once you go through that, get ready to be attacked. Just get ready to be attacked. You're not going to get solidarity here. You're better off going elsewhere where There is solidarity. And if it's with other groups of people, if it's other races of people, then so be it. I've always been about globalizing sisterhood. That is
Mhm.
when they that's if they're genuine about it, because believe it or not, there are non-black women that have gone through racism, that has gone through that. It's just they're not, it's just if we were if we allow ourselves to give an olive brand with women that are genuine about it, instead of performing being performative about it, it could actually work. Because there are silent voices of women who are of no color that has gone through those things and that have been fighting against it, but they just don't have the support system that is needed. But the thing is, we have to differentiate between who is performative about being about sisterhood and who is genuine about being about sisterhood. You have women of that are not black, non-black women who are educators that educated us about the system, about white supremacy, about all of that. And they have their doctorate degrees. And I'm inspired by one of those women. Okay, so those things you have to realize, like when they're talking about reverse racism, they're talking about white supremacy. They're trying to gaslight you to minimize your plight, to minimize your issues as a black person, as a person of color, especially as a woman, especially as a woman of culture. You know, those type of things. They try to minimalize it to the core and then gaslight you by saying, quote unquote, reverse racism. That's what reverse racism is. They're trying to get you to
Basically,
accept of fascism. That's what the ultimate goal, to accept fascism.
mm, well, it's not going to happen because Black people, we know our history, and we're not going to accept something like that just because uh, you felt like you were being discriminated against. But even if you felt that way, what makes you think getting rid of DEI will solve that? That's just putting more racism into it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
it wouldn't make any sense whatsoever because you're excluding other groups of people from having a better life in this country.
Exactly, but that's
So
what they don't want. That's what I'm saying. They don't want that. Everything is about protecting whiteness. That's what it is. They don't want any brownness in this country. They don't want any brown or yellow in this country. All of that is rigged to own to practice segregation, to uphold whiteness. That's just what it is. That's basically what it all comes down to. And
yeah,
they're doing. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, you're 100% correct, and I don't know why people are not reading the room when Donald Trump is saying this.
That's
If
what I'm
people would just,
saying. Oh, go
if
ahead.
people,
Go
I
ahead.
was okay. If people would just do their research of what Donald Trump is saying, or go to their politics or their local senators and ask them, "Hey, is this true? What this candidate is saying?" And they will tell you. Like people have to do their own research because what Donald Trump was saying in his campaign did not make any sense whatsoever. Because why would you charge a country that um for terrorists when you're importing terrorists in our country? Like that doesn't make any sense. They will not work with us if we try to do that.
Yeah, that's what it is. They don't want to work with us. The thing is, America has been doing business with other countries for as long as I can remember. For even after, even before we were born, they have been giving other country. They've been importing goods from other countries, which allowed other countries to have a surplus in probably in the billions by working with America. They garnered billions by working with us. So by you doing that, you are creating you're creating enemies instead of allyship with other countries, because now it's like, what the hell, now you're basically punishing them for basically helping your economies to grow. But here's the thing, you don't want to compensate your workers for manufacturing said goods. There's not a lot of manufactured goods in the US, which is why they had to outsource their products from other countries to basically save the cost. Meanwhile, what it did for other countries is that it created wealth for them because of this exchange. But then now that you see that they come here and they grind and they get accepted to the top schools, you're talking Yale, Harvard, and any other Ivy League school, you start to get mad. But what you don't realize is that as you doing business with them pre-tariff, they had good intentions. You're talking about the owner, for the CEO of TikTok. He was giving opportunities to all people. He was giving opportunities for people that to become affiliates in shops, helping them to make a massive amount of money to generate wealth in their businesses that they would have otherwise struggled if they went to other platforms. They had a better algorithm to help people of color gain gain attention and gain just followers and good business and good wealth and things like that. He had good intentions, regardless if he was not white. He's not white, he's Asian, but he was granting opportunities. But those opportunities was because of the allyship and the exchange that they had with the Americans. So then when you take that away from them, you're creating a lot of enemies. You're creating a lot of enemies because you want to protect the white race. You want to protect that. And in addition to that, they had to revoke Roe versus Wade simply because they couldn't find, because they know that workers don't want to be workers anymore. They want to start owning companies. They wanted to create opportunities. They want to build wealth for themselves. They wanted generational wealth. So when you have revoking of the programs of the Roe versus Wade, when you have non-American owned companies like the TikToks that's shutting down by next year, that is an indicator that they want to get rid of people of color that are actually doing well for themselves. You're talking about Asians, you're talking about Hispanics. They don't want that. If I cannot control the dollar, if I am if my race is becoming a minority, it's going to become a threat to me and my power. So I have to shut those down. I even will have to shut down jobs that are not W-2. I'm going to find a way to shut down other type of business, whether if it's women-owned business, black-owned business, culture-owned business, whatever. I have to shut that down because it's threatening my whiteness. That's what he's saying, and that's what these people are dumb enough to not realize.
Exactly. Girl, that was
a masterclass.
Because Jasmine Crockett, she said it best. It's like, what oppression has white men faced in this country?
Exactly. What white tears? What is your white tears? What is your white tears? And tell me. I want to know, what is your white tears? I'm happy to listen. And I'm being sarcastic about it, but I'm happy to listen. What is your white tears? Because let's not forget, during the centuries, you attacked us, you great black women, you did this, you did all of that, you stole our wealth. And even if we were given the opportunities today, black women in general, they're still getting unequal pay. 77 cents to the male dollar. Oh, 89 cents to the male dollar. Whoop-de-doo, but it's still not a full dollar. So you still view us as subhuman, but you want to cry your white tears while taking the wealth all the way from us. All we ask is equality. All we ask is for respect. And what you wanted to do, you wanted to continue to oppress us. This is the
Right.
problem. Y'all are not doing y'all research. Y'all are not digging in deep. Y'all are not seeing what his true intentions is because because you think your vote for him is going to get you all the diamonds and the pearls and this and that and all the shiny objects that you think you're going to be getting, while he was socially othering other groups of people and stigmatizing them and
Yeah.
practicing systemic misogynoir and systemic xenophobia against other cultures. You think that you're gonna win out of it. That's the thing about it. And you're kikiing and you're ha-haing about it like it's nothing. No, it's gonna happen to you too. And when it happens to you, we're not gonna be standing by your side. We have nothing to do with it because what happened? Because look at what you did to us when we needed support, when we wanted people to stop bullying us. You look at these children from Ohio, innocent children, going to school, didn't want to be bothered, nothing, don't bother anybody, don't bully nobody, and you was out there, you was kikiing about it. That's what y'all did. So then now when you want our support, when now you want us to cry for you, Argentina, it ain't gonna happen. You're on your own. We're gonna leave you to your own devices because you did it to us. You did it to us. You left us to our own devices. So what's up? What's up? What's good?
Right. Right. And I saw. Have you seen that painting? When black women are sitting on top of a building and they're watching the whole city of New York on fire. Have you seen that painting before?
Black women are sitting. Black women are
It's a
sitting on
paint. It's
top
a
of
paint.
the building and they're seeing the whole.
They're,
I don't see that. I can envision it. I can
yeah,
envision it.
and they have cups of coffee or tea in their hands, and they're just sipping on it, watching the whole city burn.
Yeah, everybody's and we need to and we will withdraw from that. Because y'all was in there because other groups of people of color, they ended up getting they ended up seeing it for what it is, and now they want our support. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I tell you this much, when he said whatever he said about about other groups or other cultures and stuff like that, we withdrew from that. We wasn't. And then when white women face the same issues, they wanted to garner support from us. Oh no, we wasn't. He burnt
Mm-hmm.
the Haitians first. First he burned us Haitians, and then after that and then white women are feeling the issue too. Now he's asking black women. Oh no, no. No, because we face discrimination enough. We face a lot of bullying enough. We face so much. And now all of a sudden, y'all want us to support y'all. No, y'all being performative. It was strictly performative. So I'm going to mind my business. I am going to finish my master's. I am going to figure out a way to obtain wealth so I can go to any other country in the world and practice my talents that I have studied for, that I have worked hard for, build my clientele, build up my portfolio, and y'all could burn however y'all want because I'm not here for it. Now, for the white women that are genuine about it, that's saying like, listen, now is not the time to be asking black women or asking people of color to try to join you on your movement when they wasn't supporting us. Oh no, like those women I respect. But other than that, it's like I'm not here for it. I'm minding my business and just doing me. Like, nah.
Yeah, just like sip your tea and watch all this going around. That's all you can do at the moment because we got a lot of traitors in this country.
A lot.
That a lot, and I didn't know it was majority black women that were voting for for Kamala Harris, followed by Black men, the 80% of them, and then everybody else in the small percentage. Like I was like, and you was hearing all over YouTube and the internet, when these white women are saying that our rights are being violated and that they're taking away Roe versus Wade, and now they're forcing us to have children, and they even saw that that women are dying from childbirth. Black women, you know, we're the highest maternal rate, but other, like there's other women that are facing that too. But my focus is more on Black women because we live in the states that don't have Roe versus Wade anymore, and we
Yeah.
are forced. But listen to me though. You know that will backfire for, you know, these fascists, because do you know when you got rid of Roe versus Wade, you're actually going to give birth to more brown babies?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like make it make sense though. Make it make sense.
That's what
Like
I'm
you're
saying. He
gonna
doesn't make any sense whatsoever. He doesn't want to make any
yeah.
sense. He does not want to make any sense, because whether if it's Black love or interracial love with Black women, it's still going to be the browning of it. It's still going to be brown. It's still going to be brown.
Yeah.
Now, they whether they are how can I say, white passing or whatever else, they may be a high percentage of looking of this phenotype, it's still going to be part of the browning because it's including
Yeah.
us.
Mm-hmm.
It's including us, our phenotype. So it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. White supremacists want us gone. They don't want interracial relationships, and they don't want Black love either. They don't.
They don't, but they're, you know, if they gonna ban interracial dating, let's just say they are, you know, that's gonna make more brown babies.
That's what I'm saying. It does it right, because it's coming from us. It's coming
Yeah,
from us regardless.
exactly. And you ban Roe versus Wade, so you once again you shot yourself in the foot again. Once
Mhm.
again. So
Mhm.
I don't know what that senator was talking about when he didn't understand what Miss Packer was talking about when she was saying that she wanted to keep the funding in HBCUs. Now, I hate it when people have comprehension skills. It's like you guys really need to work on that, because you saying that it doesn't make sense when I completely understand what she's saying when it comes to HBCUs and keeping the funding in their schools and protecting them from what is it called when they practice race baiting and
Mhm.
doing diversity and and inclusion and all that stuff.
Mhm.
Like I did not understand what his purpose was when he tried to not understand. I'm like, dude, do you have any comprehension skills at all? Like, what is it that you're not understanding?
No, he understands. The thing is, he understands. You're talking about that man that was just
Yeah,
talking right now. Yeah, he understands. He knows exactly what Miss Brown was saying. He knows exactly what was Miss Brown was saying. The thing is, he was trying to make Miss Brown feel stupid. He was trying to make her think that what she what her what she wanted to propose is kind of, how can I say, childish. Is like, you don't know
mhm,
what you're talking about. Like, this is, she knows I know exactly what she's talking about. You can't say
mhm,
reverse racism if you can't address racism. She's exactly right. It's the
yeah.
same. Because if you're saying,
And what's the
if
difference?
I'm being told, oh, but you have to acknowledge reverse racism. So you're basically trying to downplay my issues as not only a black woman, a racially black woman, but also a woman of a culture, of a certain culture, but also a woman as well. So now you're downplaying three of my issues that I'm going through in this country, and you're using your so-called whiteness to try to put a stamp of approval by delegitimizing my issues. That's what you're trying to say. Y'all need to start reading the room. Y'all need to start really observing what he's trying to say. Please do your research. Please start learning how to just read nonverbal cues. Y'all need to start training yourself to do that, because if you do, you wouldn't be held with that type of backhanded compliment, or should I say backhanded just suggestions of what this man is saying. That's how they're able to play you. And this is why Trump is saying that he loves the poor, quote unquote, poorly educated people. He said that verbatim. Trump said he loves the poorly uneducated people because he knows that we are not equipped to read the room. We're not equipped to read the nonverbal cues of what
Right.
he is practicing, because he knows that we come from an environment collectively, that we come from an environment that there's a lack of resources to help us to intellectually understand what is going on. He knows that, and he's playing upon that. People like that man, he doesn't like smart people. He doesn't like when people use a brain. So when that man tried to exercise that on Miss Brown, he tried to say that, oh, you're gonna have to take it up with Miss Presley. Are you talking to Miss Presley? And then that woman confidently, that black woman, she confidently said, no, I'm talking to you. Yes, she said that to a white man. Okay. She literally said, I'm talking to you. Okay. Because this is the issue that is continually going on, and you don't want to address that, but yet you want to address the reverse of it. This is pure white supremacist. Pure white supremacist.
Right. Right. So when Miss Presley was bringing up that bill, for the HBCUs to be protected, that guy, I think he's from Mississippi, whatever he's from,
Mm-hmm.
and he's trying to, be smart about it, and he doesn't even make sense. Nothing like none of these mega Republicans that are sitting in a seat make sense. They sound poorly educated.
Of course, but the thing is that he's trying to use his whiteness to legitimize whatever BS that he was trying to put upon Miss Brown. That's what he was trying to do. That's what it is. And I see it. She sees it and I see it. Like, there's no way that he is gaslighting the issues. There's no way that he's going to sit up there with his powdered whiteness and say, and basically tell Miss Brown that she don't know what the heck she's talking about.
Exactly. And the guy had to correct him. I forgot his name.
Yeah.
But he had to explain to him what Miss Presley is proposing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
exactly.
Yeah. And I was like, this dude is ignorant. He still refused to acknowledge what Miss Presley is talking about because he thinks that in his mind, he thinks blacks are ignorant.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's what it is. That's what he was trying to tell her. He's saying that you're ignorant and your issues with discrimination. And then he had the nerve to say that what did he say? He was basically saying that it wasn't correctly like our rights wasn't correctly made or something to that extent.
He
Like it
said
was
he
given.
didn't.
Oh, go ahead.
He said that it was poorly written.
Thank you. Yes, it
Yeah.
was poorly written. Basically saying that our rights should not be towards people of color. It shouldn't. That's why it's quote unquote poorly written, because it wasn't preserved for men. It wasn't preserved for white men to exercise their power and abuse upon people. They didn't like the fact that that our amendments were democratized. They did not like that. They did not. They wanted to be just about them. They hated the fact that all these acts and all these bills and things like that were democratized. They did not like that. Just like back in 2020 when we had the pandemic, and when we stayed at home, and you have people of color that were able to prophesize the fact that they ended up making wealth, that they were ended up making big businesses and things of that nature. They did not like the fact that wealth was transferred to people of color. They did not like that, because if we have transfer of wealth, that means that they can't exercise their abuse. They can't covertly exercise their power against people of color. That's what they don't want. They don't want to see black millionaires. They don't want to see entrepreneurs. They don't want to see them that are not white. That's basically what it is, and that's why Trump is enforcing what he's enforcing.
Right, because it's like I said, because they don't want to see us, like you said, to have wealth. And not only that, they don't, we're taking over the companies and a lot of
CEOs. Yeah, they don't want us to be CEOs. They don't want us to basically have generational wealth. They don't want to see that. Like, how dare you? Like, that is supposed to be for me. That's supposed to be, for people that look like him. That's what it's supposed. It's supposed to be like, who are you? You're still another a number, still another N-word. You're still part of the 3/5 compromise. He wants to reverse our rights so we can go back to the 3/5 compromise. This is what people don't realize. That's what you start learning your history. You will, if you don't learn your history, you're going to be bound to repeat it.
Yeah, that's why he wants uneducated people, because
he can play them.
He can play them and read history. Like we
Yeah.
already know, and it can't be played on people that finished their high school diploma or went to college. You
Or
can't
got
play
their
us.
masters. Yeah, when I decided to I decided to get my masters, and I'm just one class away from getting my master's degree. I look back, it was the best decision that I made in my entire life, because now I got access to resources that I don't have to pay out of pocket for. I get access to that. I get access to things that helps me to go to companies when I'm contracting, when I'm making proposals to these companies, and I'm building my portfolio, and I understand what metrics are. I understand, other important information that the companies need, depending on whatever field that that you get into. You'll know how to make something better. There's a lot of blind spots that companies need, and the fact that I accomplished what I accomplished, I'm able to correct those issues by providing something of value, by providing, like, oh, this is what, according to the metrics or according to the data, this is what I can propose for you, the things of that nature. But I was able to do that when I get my grad studies. Was I able to do that to get my undergrad? No, because it was more theoretical than it was practical. Now that I got practical, now that I have that, who gonna touch me? And if this company doesn't work, other companies don't work. So what I'm trying to say here is, explore your options, have something for yourself when you are accomplished in whatever it is that you accomplish, whether if it's healthcare, whether if it's social services, whatever, or tech, or whatever it is that you are skilled in. Find a way that you can build something from that. That way you can get FU money. You can get FU money and you can take it globally around the world, and you can work with clients around the world and
Uh-huh.
not have to go through the things that you're going through right now. And that's what I'm doing right now, because the days of working, like doing 9 to 5 right now, 9 to 8, or making $40,000-$50,000 a year is a struggle. It is really a struggle to even have that. You want to build something from the things that you have experience in. That way you can be of service to people, because it shouldn't be about race. It should be about your talent. It should be what you can offer to what people are in demand for. That's what it's supposed to be about. And
Can
if you
you tell
can't get it, oh, I'm sorry, continue.
can you tell me what you're getting your master's degree in?
I'm getting it in psych, and I'm getting my certifications with counseling and copywriting. So what I'm doing is I'm working with wellness companies. Um, yeah, I'm targeting wellness companies to provide services for them based on what I see in the data, based on what I see in metrics, provide that service through a portfolio. And then once I get hired from based on my skill sets, then I just build up from there. I'm seeing if I like two at a time, I can work with these companies, and then from then and there I'll just build off from my portfolio.
That's good. That's really good.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. But
Y-
is there any last words you want to say?
Um, globalize your talent. Think of the bigger picture. I always talk about the bigger picture. This is what's going on. Your rights are being revoked. You're being gaslit.
Mm-hmm.
You are once again being marginalized. You are once again being disrespected. And they're telling you to your face, just like that man did that to a black woman. So once you see that happen in real time, you need to start planning your future. Um, because it's going to go down really bad. Start thinking about relocating to countries that are black women friendly, yes, but that you can globalize your skill sets and your talents. So yeah, just do that. Just do that, and you will and you'll be better off, because this is not going to go well. It is not. You're going to This is going to turn into a whitewashed white supremacist country where you have no voice. You're not going to have a voice. So yeah,
Mm.
just globalize your talent. Think about globalizing your talent right now. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to get back though, but I appreciate it.
All right. You have a nice day. Enjoy your rest of your weekend.
You too. Have a wonderful day. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Please like, comment, share, and subscribe to this channel. Um, I hope you guys enjoy the content that I put out at the last minute, because I want you guys to be aware of what is happening with your tax dollars and what is happening with your First Amendment, your Second Amendment, your Fourth Amendment, your 13th Amendment, whatever amendment. I want you to see what is happening when you're out and about doing something while Congress is planning to take away your rights. So we have to be aware of what Congress is planning to do, and that's why the C-SPAN network is important, because they show you what Congress is doing um, in office and what they are planning to pass. So, if anything, please be aware that your rights are being taken away, your freedom of speech, your first, your rights to bear arms, all your amendment is being violated, and they want to take down the Constitution too. So let's keep in mind that right now, since they're already doing they're doing their mass deportation as we speak. They're also at the same time trying to dismantle the DEI program that could put a lot of people of color and Black people at risk. Okay, and this is something that we all have to fight against. But like, comment, share, and subscribe. And I'll see you in the next one. You guys have a nice night. Bye.